All right, yo, what up, what up, what up, and welcome back to Pinoy News, man. Listen, all right, we're live on Twitch tonight and on YouTube, man. Yo, it's I got my boy TK here with me. We're gonna have a good show. I'll be honest with you. It's gonna be a good time. It is what it is. Last time, you know what I'm saying. I needed TK to come out with me on the live stream. He fell asleep like a little bitch, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what junior partiers do. You know what I mean? After 3 beers, they end up, you know what I'm saying, going back to their partner's crib and, you know what I mean, like giving up the pussy immediately. Yo, but TK, what up, man?
Not a huge amount. I just got done talking to fucking Captain Capitalism about Stone Money Island, which is a fun story.
What the hell, Stone Money Island?
Stone Money Island is an island in Malaysia, I think, that the Germans controlled in like the early 1900s, and they didn't have metal. So instead of coins, they just carved these massive stone wheels and used them as money.
Okay. All right. I got you. You know, like, I guess that's a thing. You know, I really, you know what I mean? Oh, wait. So wait, the coin. I remember this story. Like the coins were like 6 foot tall. And
Yeah,
like
some of them, yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. Like it was ridiculous. Like the entire system didn't make any sense whatsoever. But like it made perfect sense if you looked at it from like a economic standpoint type of thing. Like the bigger the coin, the more, you know what I mean, like valuable it was or whatever. But like
Yeah,
they didn't.
it was the original cryptocurrency.
Yeah, completely. It was completely ridiculous. You know what I mean? So anyway, like, yeah, we were having a really good discussion last night. Actually, a couple of them. We were talking about some earlier and then something later. But I think like the biggest, like we were talking about like how you said politics is downstream from culture, and then I said, well, you know, I mean, culture is downstream from economics, right? And we were going back and forth on this point, and it was like a really beautiful discussion. Like I really wish like some of the conversations I had on Discord, like we could just, you know, I mean, like, oh man, thank God we recorded that, you know, what I mean, and just like put it up later. Um, so I kind of want to get back into that with like a chicken and the egg conversation about, you know, what I mean, like about economics and culture, right? Because like what I said was that basically your culture is going to be dictated by your economics as an in general thing, because like where you live and like what you are able to do economically is going to dictate how your people are going to act and like how you're going to move and like how you live and all these type of things, right? And you know, I mean, you were like, well, yeah, but culture is going to dictate, you know, I mean, what your economy is. So, like, yo, you want to like explain the chicken and the egg thing we were going back and forth with last night?
All right. So basically, the reason that this is a chicken and egg situation is because both of them obviously affect the other. Like this is obviously something that feeds into each other. Like this is the nature versus nurture argument on the statewide level is what we're talking about, right? And it comes down to the same types of principles. Like, is it uh and is it necessarily the conditions that the kid is in at that moment that is going to be the more important factor? Or is it going to be the conditions that that particular individual's um, lineage had been exposed to, and whatever ingrained knowledge that produces via genetics, epigenetics, and cultural trappings, um, is that more important? And again, this isn't necessarily a question or something that has a solution, but figuring out where the edges are is useful in that, like, if you know where the edges are, then you're not going to be fighting off in left field when you're needed, down on first base, right?
Right. I mean, like, so my mental is that all right. So like basically, if your economic structure where you grew up at, or like where your people are, right, is like a fishing village. Like you fish for a living. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to be a culture that tends to, you know what I mean, be good at carpentry and building boats and, you know what I mean, eating fish and like living by the water and these type of things, right? So that's going to dictate your culture. So like that's literally like your economy, like the study of economics is literally just a study of what people value in a certain area, right? That's what economics is in the end of the day, right? So like literally like if your economics is you sitting here, you know, I mean, we don't Obelisk Zero graveyard shift, my boy Captain Capitalism, right? So if your economics is that of like you value, you know, fish, or you value lumber, or you value, I'm trying to think here, like if you value, you know, like iron or whatever it is, right? Your culture is going to be dictated by that in the end of the day,
Right,
and
right.
that's kind of what I get down to. You know what I
I,
mean?
and I'm with you there. The problem I have is like you I think you're lumping too much into like one pile when you say that, right? Like I get what you're saying when you say economics. You mean like the mechanics of how it is that society works on like the production level, because that is what economics is interested in describing. And if you're talking about economics as a descriptive function, then like this isn't even a conversation, because then we're just deciding which language we want to describe something in, and there is literally not a resolution to that particular argument. Like it'd be literally the same as deciding whether something is more or less true if you say it in, you know, French or Italian. And I know you have an opinion on that, and I honestly share that opinion, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's objective. And like where I think you're going a little awry here is that like you're lumping in environmental response with economics, because environmental response forms the basis of economic activity. That's understandable, but that like you got to understand that like you're not talking like because the ocean is there does not mean that like people value fish because the ocean is there because of economics. No, people value fish because fish being there allows them to have value, right? Like you're not going to have, as an in general thing, people in the desert don't have a price to put on ice cream, right? um, so, like, if you're talking about like trying to have an economic system that can put a price on something that it doesn't have access to, that's just nonsense, right? So, really, the thing that I'm trying to hash out here is that like there are things that happen in the real world that are not of human origin, right? I would argue that, you know, human existence itself is kind of in that general category as well, because nobody decides to be born, no civilization decides to start, although ours seems pretty committed to try to die. um
I mean, not. I mean, like, yo, but that's the bitch, though, right? I mean, because that's both sides of it. Like, as I was
right.
sitting here while you were saying that thing, and like, oh, these motherfuckers. Like, when you were saying, like, before you said, like, our civilization committed to die, I was like, our civilization is committed to just continuing forward, no matter how bad it gets, right? And like, our civilization, as in a general thing, and like, I was just thinking this before, like, before that, I was going like, well, that was a conversation we also had that like I was thoroughly enjoying as well, which was the mentality of like nobody ever asked me if any of this shit was okay, right? And like I hate to wander from the last joint because like you know I really do honestly believe culture is downstream from economics. In the end of the day, like when times are good, cultures are going to like form into like being like much different than they were when times were bad. You know
Yeah,
what
yeah, like, and again here, Tom, I'm saying, like,
I mean?
fucking, you
Don't
have
get mad. Don't get mad.
economic
I'm not. I'm
good
just yo.
times
Look
for
again. You understand it?
non-economic reasons. You fucking retard.
Okay.
I,
All right.
I,
All right. I know. I know. I know. Listen. You understand? We're on a live stream, so like we're doing entertainment, right? So these conversations are entertaining, as
Yeah.
a general thing, right?
and you
It's,
understand that I have autism.
I think it
Right?
just comes down to like we're speaking how people react to stimuli based on their childhoods, economic versus culture.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? So I
Well,
mean,
well.
at
I mean,
least
No. It's more like on a civilizational level. Like, is it like, because my art and this.
it's a cool argument because it's really
Yeah,
complicated and
and
technical,
I
which is why I
will
like it.
say,
It's super
yeah,
complicated.
it's a cool argument, and I will say, like, Tom, you never, like, you have not at this point given, like, ever phrased my argument in a way that I would agree with, I would point out. Because, like, my point was that culture is downstream from power, not necessarily economics is downstream from culture, or whatever you said
No,
there.
I remember
so
like it was
down.
politics. Politics is downstream from economics or downstream from culture, right? That was the original. It was politics is downstream from culture. Like
Right.
So are we
that's
using
something that's
downstream?
just said.
Sorry,
What
Right.
are we using
Right. Go for it.
are we using downstream as a word to are we saying downstream as influenced, or are we saying downstream as a direct result?
All right. So here's the deal. Like, it's a little bit of both. We use it as a catch-all term because, like, who, a straight Sith male, who was that one dude who shits in your river, Tom?
Gutenberg.
Gutenberg, yeah. So, like, the ideology is Gutenberg is upstream from Penoid, and that means whatever he does affects Penoid, whether that means, like, it's a direct result or a byproduct is immaterial at that point. Like, we're trying to basically establish order, or a chain of events here, right? We're trying to get
Yeah.
the
Oh, they're
temporal
not
aspect
necessarily on
going on.
the culture or
Right.
shit. I know what I'm trying to say, but I don't want to say. I'm not on the side of the economics influences people, like culture wise,
Right.
because you
And
got the example of the 1920s where people kind of believed the same things coming on the other end. I mean, maybe they
right.
did some crazy shit and they had some news stories and stuff, but like generally their beliefs and cultures were the same.
Right. And my point is that, like, with laws and power, what can happen is you can leverage the like, you can leverage what's going on in society through whatever power means that you have, and actually change the society quite significantly. And you can do this quite notably through just judicial activism pretty effectively. We've seen a lot of this in the United States here. I know Academic Agent has an entire series that he's doing on this, where he goes into a, like, deep dive on a series of legal decisions that effectively defanged any, like, individual church from being able to hold a community together in any sort of, like, reasonable way. Um, the example that I know in detail, I only know because I actually learned from the exact details from, like, a social justice class, and that's the Save Our State bill of 1990 in California. And what it was it was a popular ballot it was a ballot initiative that got pushed through just 100% on like popular support, right? They got enough people who were voting in that particular election to vote for this initiative, and they got it put into law. And this initiative said that California was to deny any and all state services to illegal immigrants and to deport them as soon as they had any indication that they were within the grasp of Californian state police, like state enforcement agencies. It was a beautiful act that, put the citizens first, and it was put in place by popular consent, and a judge blocked it, just sat on it until eventually enough illegals came in that the demographics shifted, the Democrats won power, and then they weren't able to get that law passed again because they just legislated around it. So, like, there are many, many times where agents of influence, and I'm not trying to go all cabal on this. I am saying,
you're fine.
I am saying, like, centers of power change the entire course of, and I don't even necessarily think that they're doing it like consciously in a lot of ways. Like, I bet that judge was just being like a smarmy cunt who was like trying to get up like some political fucking point scoring match, right? I don't think that she really thought that she was going to completely change what California was. I don't think that she blames herself for the poop patrols if she's still alive, right? But like that's still what ends up happening, where these exercises of power end up setting the rules a lot of the time. Like where Carl Schmitt was getting into, where I know you don't necessarily like to get into Nazi philosophers on this show, but he was.
You might as well get kicked off day one. Like if we're gonna do it, like let's do it now. You know what I mean?
Fair enough, but he has the singular great idea of pointing out that when you're looking at a system where humans are involved, it's not the day-to-day operations you particularly care about, because we're really adaptive creatures, and as long as like it is somewhat functional, people will be like figuring something out. Like, I think we've all been walking through a building or something, and how annoying it is to have US hipsters constantly telling me that I need to change my language to become more inclusive. Latinx, screw off. Yeah.
I mean, look, what you have to understand, right? And like, so this is why I did that reading of Ted Kaczynski, right? Like, that's why, I read the Ted Kaczynski thing to y'all, because I wanted you to understand where that mental comes from. Right. Like, you have to understand that the system itself requires more people, right? It needs to be ever expanding. And the more people you bring in and the better off they do, the better off the system is, right? Like, whether or not you are better off as an individual or a family or a community, is like neither here nor there. They don't really give a fuck about like actual like individuals. They give a fuck about whether or not the entire group is acceptable. And once they're accepted, they're going to try and mold them into being just like a normal cog in the fucking corporate structure. Right. That's why, you notice that like most of the Indians who are highly productive individuals who came over here from India, like no longer actually seem like they're Indian. They're not like standing here, with like Krishna outside and shit. They don't have elephants in the motherfucking office and whatnot. Like they're not standing here being Indian anymore. They're now like normal fucking Protestant white people and shit. I mean? And that's the dream of all of these motherfuckers in the end of the day is to make just everybody into like these corporate cogs, what we would call bugmen in the end. So like they can just be mass consumers of products that will come to work every day and will get along, and you don't have to worry about them. That's what this system wants, right? They really like when they talk about like, like individualism, like they don't really understand what the fuck that means. Like they're not talking about it the way you and I would think about it as individuals. They want to be individuals in the way that like everybody be individual together. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're going to do something different, but we're all going to do it the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cappy, you sound like you got something to say. Why don't you speak the fuck up?
Actually, on this one, I was just kind of listening to hear. I kind of try and develop what I say before I say. You know what I mean?
No, that's not allowed on this channel. You have to run off
speak up.
half
Gotcha.
cocked.
Yeah, you
All
just
right.
gotta start saying things, and then eventually, like, it might make sense. And if it don't, it's okay. You just go, yeah, I mean, right, and then you just fucking end what you're saying.
You just
say it with your chest.
You just
Say it with
you
your
just
chest,
pull a
little
TK and say you drank 4 beers before. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah. So I heard Schmidt in there. I've seen him mentioned a few times.
Yeah. Go for it.
You were okay. So I don't know too much about Schmidt. He just kind of does stuff, you know?
Yeah, man. I don't really know Schmidt all like that either, to be honest with you, but that's only because like right now I'm working my way through Burnham and Rothbard, and Rothbard's book is literally a 27-hour listen, right? So it takes a long time and it's a lot of information to absorb, right? So like you can only listen to it in like clips. You know what I mean? Maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours at a shot. So it takes a long time to be able to get through these type of things because it's just a lot of info, right? I'm gonna get to Schmidt eventually. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Schmidt's more really up Navi's alley, but like he does have a couple good ideas in there. Like if you're going to read one of his books, I would probably guess the one you'd be interested in would be Political Theology, where he points out that in a democracy like we have here in Canada, the way it works is that any protests that or any political action that is allowed to happen is effectively happening on behalf of the state, like it's state sanctioned. And since it's very performative, it's also effectively a form of prayer. So like all this protesting and all that nonsense can be seen as like a secular religion with, the government taking the place of, I don't want to say God because it's not quite that structure, but you know what I'm getting at there.
Yeah.
And he also had the couple other ideologies that like are very very keen in their description of certain things, but the dude was also kind of insane.
I mean, like, you
Nazis
can't be
insane?
bringing up insane people, but I feel where you are. Like, it's the insane individual.
You brought up Ted Kaczynski, sir.
He was not insane. All right, he was right in the end of the day. And I'll be honest with you, like, I'm not even really super mad at his methods. Like, I mean, like, he literally went directly to the people that he needed to go to. It's not like he was out here like just fucking up random civilians and shit. You know what I mean?
Right. I feel you, but you also got to understand that, like,
what's the
anybody
guy
who's
Oklahoma City joint. Who's the Oklahoma City dip? You remember the guy's name, man? I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
I forget.
Yeah, but that guy, he was insane. Like, that guy literally like blew up a building full of children and like fucking just civilians. I mean, he went to the government, which is important. You know what I mean? like Ted Kaczynski, like he mailed things to people. You know, I mean, Timothy McVeigh. Yeah, Timothy McVeigh was insane. Ted Kaczynski was on point. Like, yo, he most definitely had a point to make, and nobody wanted to even have any type of conversation. And they still don't want to have a conversation about this shit. You know what I
Well,
mean?
when I say he's insane, I mean like he's insane in the same way like Nietzsche and Machiavelli were insane.
Machiavelli was not insane in any way, shape, or form. He was a fucking general, a royal vizier, a fucking, you know, like a fucking noble.
Exactly.
He was not insane at all in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, you have to be insane to do that type of shit, sir.
No, you don't. You
I
do
mean,
not
to
have
be
to be insane
fair,
to be a leader. What up?
I would again disagree.
from my understanding, I've caught up on a little bit of the Machiavelli stuff. From my understanding, Machiavelli was just kind of having a conversation about actually how to. You're supposed to disarm soldiers in a sense before you send them back into the public. You need to make them functional citizens. I don't think someone of questionable mental capacity would be saying something like that. I think he thought some leftist things, but he had some good ideas. Not really desirable for
Well,
insanity.
he was the beginning of the Enlightenment thinking, right? Like
I'm not liking how all of us, well, you two, are acting like being insane is an objectively negative thing.
well, like yes, it is because like
It-
sanity. Wait. Sanity,
Go for it.
and is like a state of mind that allows you to be able to function as a no. Like sanity, sane literally means just to be like of sound mind, right? And insane means that your mind is not sound. It means that it's not like fucking functioning properly. That literally is what insane means.
Yeah, but like it's always by the standards of whatever, right? Like you like understand that we've had this conversation multiple times. Like the words that come out of our mouths make us like insane criminals in the eyes of many. Like I'm like you're not going to win this particular fight, but like people will judge insanity by their own subjective standards. You can say,
Look, look,
wait. You can say that there's some sort of objective standard for being insane and that it is a bad thing. But I am also going to say, you are insane, I am insane. Everybody here is insane by somebody's standards.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Oh, of course, by somebody's standards.
Look at the screen.
Hello?
You're looking at the screen?
Josh? Yeah.
Yes.
Is he a person I should know?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's you know what I mean, that's the you know what I mean, retarded genius right there.
He has a nice flag.
Yeah, y'all don't know who
that's Ted Kaczynski?
That's, you know who that is. That's the Florida guy who was in a fucking RV last time I had him on stream, took his shirt off and started like screaming and waving his hands at everybody, not making any type of sense.
I don't remember this. I'm sorry.
It was a very popular stream. It has like 600 views on the bitch. It was extremely popular. Right. Like, yo, do you want me to have Joshua come on and I can show you what insane looks like?
I mean, he can come on if you want.
Do you want to see what insane looks like? I mean, because I can show you, because that nigga is literally insane. Like, he's fucking out of his goddamn mind.
Like, just because there is an objective standard of insanity doesn't mean insanity is an objective standard.
Yes, yeah, everybody in the chat knows who the fuck he is, right? But anyway, yeah, I mean, yo, look, all right, there is insane people. There are people out here who like literally like they wear other people's skin on their skin.
Yeah, like again, I just fucking said just because there are objectively insane people doesn't mean that insanity is an objective standard.
Well, I mean, but the issue is you're holding yourself to other people's standards.
Yeah, well,
when other people are, you know,
that's the issue I'm getting at here is that unfortunately a lot of human society ends up going off consensus whether we want it or not, because like language will mean what consensus thinks it means. if consensus makes like this dude apparently sane, then society will act like he is sane. Now, there's going to be some issues with that once like shit, like the rubber meets the road. I'm not saying that's not a thing. I am saying, like, if you start throwing around just questions of people's sanity in order to dismiss arguments, then you're immediately going to get that turned around on you.
So you're looking at it through a societal standpoint, and we're looking at it through a standpoint of seeing what they say. And
You guys are looking at it from a you guys are looking at it from an angle of, should I not mess with this dude who I have heard is insane at the bar? Probably not. Whereas I am looking at it from the angle of, I've heard this person is insane. Should I read their book? Slightly different.
Okay. All right. Now look. So there's a difference between like individuals who are high level thinkers and people who are literally mentally insane, right? There's just a difference. Right?
I know there's a difference. I'm pointing out that our language does not specify it.
So he's saying there's a difference, but he's also TK. I don't think we know what the fuck it is that you are saying.
Like it's the same fucking way that like we have like everything down as autism now, right? We have that same thing for insanity. Yes, we do.
I'm kind of with him on this one.
Okay, all right, hang on. Look. The reason why we have everything down as autism is medical coding and billing. Right. That's literally the reason why. Right. It's because like autism is a catch-all thing that allows you to get paid enough money to treat all the stuff.
Insane is a catch-all thing to just dismiss someone because you don't want to think about what they say.
Okay. I mean, like, yes, it's dismissive, right? It is.
And like, maybe I'm just like this because I'm the only one of the three here who has been called insane my entire fucking life.
I don't know. That's kind of an insane thought, bud.
All right.
Right. I mean, like, I get your mentality, right? I do, as in general. Like, I understand completely what you're saying, right? But what I'm saying is you cannot write off guys like, you know, like Machiavelli, and I forget there was one other.
I'm not writing them off, you fuck.
Call them insane.
He's calling them insane and saying he doesn't dismiss people based on the tag of insanity. I got it now.
Yeah, when I say someone is insane, I mean that their method of thinking does not fit in with the zeitgeist at the moment.
Okay, like that's completely correct. I feel where you are, right? And that's a lot of the problem where like conservatives and like this, you know, I mean, us as an in general thing have a hard time fitting into society because the zeitgeist of society is diametrically opposed to our views.
Yeah, and what I was pointing out was that insane is typically used in that definition. It is rarely used in common parlance to mean someone who is like clinically insane, and when it is, they usually add the fucking modifying adjective clinically.
So insane is being used as a crudgel.
Yeah, just like bigot and any number of fucking descriptive terms.
I mean, yes and no, right? I mean, because like, what about like Van Gogh, right? For instance, right? Like the nigga cut his ear off and mailed it to a prostitute.
Again, I'm not saying that people who have malformed thoughts don't exist. I'm saying, in common parlance, if you hear someone being called insane, what they're saying is, I disagree with them. 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
and so I'm just using it like everybody else uses it, and you two are fucking jumping down my throat like I am out of my goddamn mind.
Well, yeah, because
mean,
you're
you are
talking to
insane.
us, man. You're talking to me and you, right? You're talking to like two niggas who like legitimately are like, you know, on the same wavelength as you. So like we can't be just using
Using
common
general terms, like, I'm sorry. You guys fucking got mad at me for being all
Speaking
goddamn
Chinese
stiff.
in a Japanese restaurant.
No. Yo, because this is us, man. Yo, this is us, bro. Like you're talking to us right now, right? Like we, as an in general thing, we don't find insane what other people might find insane. Like, yo, me and you, TK, we agree on way more stuff than like we disagree on, right?
Well, yeah, and that is typically when you get the most intense disagreements. Like, remember, like, more communists have killed each other than have, like, any other fucking regime.
Ice picks, my dude.
Ice picks, my brother, ice picks, right? But like, yeah, all right. Anyway, right. So like, let's get back to these conversations we were having because like, economics, culture, right? I came up with. We were talking about the news earlier too, which I was thoroughly enjoying that conversation. I hate the fact that like we basically run through these conversations and have like these super deep intellectual joints at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're like amazing, but then like we hop on a live stream and they're nowhere near as good. Like that annoys the bullshit out of me, right? Feels like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean, it just comes down to it being like whether it's organic or not, because there's just it's somewhat of a different element when you throw in a live stream. It just comes down to nature at that point.
Yeah, we
and
used to
then
do
you
that all
also
the time.
have to consider that you're like when we're bullshitting both here on the live stream and fucking in DMs or just on Discord, right? If you don't, if you're not forced to confront that recording of what you said, then you're just relying on your impression of what was being said, right?
Nah. Yo, I know when it's a good conversation. Like I
Yeah,
100% know when
yeah.
it's a good
But like,
conversation. Like I've done this long enough, you know what I mean? That like I go, I know when it's a good conversation. Like 100%. Like I know that shit, right? But anyway, so like we were having a conversation about the news and like what we would do, like what I would do with the news if like I was giving carte blanche over top of it, right? So the news, I feel like they're going the wrong way. Oh no! All right, let's start it here. Okay, nonviolent protest doesn't work anymore, right?
Yeah.
fact. Like, nonviolent protest is, to use Smith's term, like it's a ritual that people who follow the religion of the state engage in,
It's
and
like
it does what it does because when you engage in the ritual, everybody who's in on the religion does their part. So they pretend to protest, and then the government pretends to like do anything about it. Right. And so like if you're not a part of the religion, like if you are somebody who's Catholic and you try to walk into a mosque and like pray like you're gonna pray, like you're gonna have a bad time, and that's what's going on there.
Mm. Well, like, here's the thing, right? So like nonviolent protest only works if the media covers it.
Right. Because what's happening there is that like the citizenry is basically pulling an "I'm not touching you" to the government and waiting until they respond, and then basically the way that nonviolent protests work is that the weapon isn't the protest, the weapon is the response to the protest, right? And if nobody knows what the response to the protest is, then it doesn't matter.
Right. And like, and number one, but number two, the other half is if in general the media doesn't cover the protest, it never happened. it's like the tree that falls in the woods. You know what I'm saying? Like if a tree falls in the woods, does anybody hear it?
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of the deal, right? You know what I'm saying? Like fuck it. So if nobody's there to hear it, does it really actually fall in the end of the day? So like
You're
that's the
knocking on a
problem.
door, but no one's home. They can't
Yeah.
open the door for you.
You know what I mean? Like fucking and like so this mentality of like nonviolent protest as an in general thing, it doesn't work if you don't have a media that's, you know what I mean, like going to cover what you're doing. Right. And then like the moment that they do, if they just start like throwing propaganda on it, like, oh, these people are racist or sexist or Nazis or whatever it is, right? And like, you know, it's not as big as what you think it is. Like they turn it like instead of like, you know, looking at the protest, they turn around and see the stragglers who are like fucking walking to like go get something to eat. And they go, oh, this is the entire protest. It stops working. Like nonviolent protest stops being an option.
Yep. And you also have the issue there that not only are they making it so that nonviolent protest is ineffective, they're also making it so that any violent protest that you might have will be held against you. Like, viciously so. Like, and like you saw BLM just bail out that one, the black dude who shot at the Democrat mayor, right? Like they're doing what they want on their side, but God freaking forbid you steal Nancy Pelosi's podium.
Yeah,
Like you shoot at people
Like, yo,
in broad daylight, and they'll bail you out.
Yeah, yeah. Did you hear that dude literally like just got out? The guy, the Black Lives Matter sniper. Literally,
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Black Lives Ladder.
Get a Black Lives Ladder joint. Yeah, the guy he's out there like the Black Lives. You know, he wants to like have everybody like become firemen. You know what I mean? Like he's worried about black firemen and shit. I think I don't know. Anyway, right? But yeah, like the guy, you know, he just got bailed out of jail, and on $100,000 bond, which means he had to pay $10,000, which is fucking retarded. For a guy who, like shot a bunch of cops. But anyway, right? Yeah. So like the thing is if the news isn't going to cover your protest, or even covers it wrong, as it were, like your protest no longer matters.
I mean, it matters. It just like it doesn't have the effect that like say Occupy Wall Street did, right?
We've gone from being like a dog barking at the door to go out to piss, like the government has to actually do something about it, to a whiny child in the corner.
I wouldn't put it that way. Because like the government is definitely afraid of us, and that's why they're pulling all.
Okay, so the kid has a Glock. Gotcha.
No, like probably the better way to put it would be like we're a pit bull that somebody who's house sitting has to technically take care of, and they're just keeping it locked in the fucking garage and praying to God that it doesn't get in the house.
I see.
I don't know. I think we're more like a motherfucking like persnickety donkey that they have to use to drag their goods to town.
Entirely possible.
Right? You know what I mean?
Like and
who they're bitching about is literally the productive members of society.
Oh yeah. But like, I suppose this is another conversation we were having the other day. Like, who do you mean by they when you're talking about this? Because like, there is a group in society that has each of those opinions we just bounced off. It's just that like some people lump those groups in together for various reasons.
You know, speaking of such a thing, Tom hates the word hypocrites. I hate the fucking word they. Who is they? They doesn't exist. People use this fucking they word.
All right.
But don't define it.
they would be college professors, politicians, um, the media, the cathedral, right? Like the individuals who are like running shit, right?
Gotcha.
Right. That's who my like, you know what I mean, like extra large they is, right? So like the people who will stand here and talk reckless about the individuals, like, and there's a reason why like I like guys like Jimmy Dore and I like guys like Bill Maher, right? Because like in the end of the day, Bill Maher will admit he's an elite, right? And like he had this bit one time on his show where he sat here and he said, look, not everybody can be the clown. Some people need to fucking be a plumber, right? He said, but we need plumbers in the end of the day, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, we need these guys. And he's not going to bitch about the guy who's out there working. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to work himself. Like he's not interested in that. And I'm fine with that. Like if you feel like you're above working and you're an elite, like that's what you're doing. I have no problem with you like being what you are. None whatsoever. Like come to me as a man as you are, right? Like that's fucking fine to me. But like don't stand here and pretend that like, you know, like we don't need fucking plumbers and truck drivers and guys of this nature. Right? Fucking Jimmy Dore, same shit. Jimmy Dore is like, these are the fucking people who fucking like make your food and like put groceries in a fucking store and bring you your medicine. And you're literally fucking like filling their equipment up with goddamn fucking, you know, like spray foam and the fucking fuel lines and shit. You know what I mean? Like, no, like that's not you're harming the fucking like the working class of this country. This is why like I like guys like that, because like ultimately like I am like, get nothing misunderstood, like I have a lot of leftist shit about me. I'm a union guy in the end of the day, right? Like I started off in the fucking unions and shit. Like I am pro like workers getting their goddamn money. I'm pro like blue collar guys. I'm pro like individuals, you know, supporting their families. You cannot be I don't feel like you should ever be able to be right wing and not be pro worker. Like that's not how this works, because the right wing is literally the party of the working class in the end of the day, when it really comes down to it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only modification I would add to that last bit, at least, is if you're right wing, you need to be pro father, and you can't be pro father without being pro worker.
100%. You know, and like they've lost that mental with guys like Bill Kristol is the issue, right? And
Yeah,
George
like
Bush and Jeb Bush and these type of guys, you know, like that's something that like, you know, they fuck up quite often about, is like they don't really care. Like this is the cathedral don't care about family. Like they don't like the whole, like they hate the entire ideology of being attached to anything in this temporal plane. You know what I mean? Like it started off with guys like Voltaire, who literally like there was this earthquake and Voltaire said, I don't want to recognize this earthquake.
That's what it was.
That
Holy
means
shit.
what up?
I was fucking I was saying Voltaire was fucking retarded, but I couldn't remember what the quote was.
Yeah.
Damn it.
He said, like, I don't want to recognize this earthquake because like it literally means that the earth has power over me. Right. And like, yo, I don't want to let the world have power over me. I don't want to have borders. Thomas Paine, you know what I'm saying, like wrote about, you know what I'm saying, like he was an international citizen. Jefferson, you know what I mean, almost got on that same level as well. And you have to understand that these elites and, you know what I mean, like these cathedral individuals are people without a country. These are people who are bi-coastal, you know what I mean, by city, they were international citizens, right? And they hate the people who are attached to the nation because like they're the people who they expect them to motherfucking sit here and be subservient to. Like when your power is related to the fact that you have to, you know what I mean, like be tied to these people, it's a hard thing because it puts you on a level of where like now you're at war with these individuals who put you in power, right? Because you need them and you don't want to need them. You just want to be empowered by yourself. And that's what they're attempting to do. You know what I mean? Like they feel like they deserve to lead. You know what I mean? That's the mentality.
Yeah. And I think like this is something that happens naturally over the course of time where like leadership structures get ossified, but I think we're seeing like a really weird acceleration of it just due to the fact that we can because we have smartphones and this type of thing, like people don't think about using a smartphone as basically just like giving someone a piece of paper with something scribbled on it. Like they don't, those two things are not the same in their brain because it's all automated and all that type of shit, even though that's effectively what you're doing. Most of the time, if you're using anything on a computer with a handful of exceptions, most people use technology, these types of things, to basically just communicate with other human beings. I think that ends up having like a real fucked up effect on people because like humans also have this other real neat ability that I think when you mesh the two of them, something bad happens, right? Which is humans have the ability to like project themselves onto their tools. Like Tom, I'm sure you've done this at some point in time where like you you've been cranking with one fucking wrench all day to the point where like you don't think I'm going to, lift my hand and, turn this wrench a certain way. You think I'm going to turn the bolt and the bolt turns and your hand does whatever it needs to do automatically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do that with every tool. I think what's going on is that because of technology creating like that tool like gap between interactions and people, that there are massive segments of the population that have that same thing going on with their cell phones. Meaning, like, they think that when they hit the button on Uber Eats, that it is them bringing the food. Like, they are summoning the food into existence by use of the tool. Because, like, that's the feedback loop for them, right? As far as they know and care, that's all that happens.
Yeah. They press the
Well,
button.
it's
and
that
meat's made in the
disconnect
back
of
of the grocery store.
it's the disconnect. Yeah, it's a disconnect of the people who think that the fucking like the meat is literally made in the grocery store.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'm not like I'm saying you add that to the fact that people project onto their tools, and I think that's where you're getting this kind of weird absolutist bent that so many of these people have these days, where like
Well, no. I think it's literally just an in general disconnect from the world around you, right? As a whole, like it's the fact that all right, if
like
you
it,
control, if you
you're not wrong. I'm just saying like
well, no. I
this
mean, like,
could be a mechanism.
I know, but like, here's the thing, right? So, like, how you fight this mechanism is that what I mean, like, you you change what you do on a regular basis. Like, for instance, you're accustomed to driving your car, right? I drive 4 fucking cars on a regular basis, 4 different vehicles, right? I have a van, I got a Tahoe, I got a Terrain, and then I got my fucking tractor trailer. All of these vehicles drive differently, right? And in some of them, like I'll reach for, like the motherfucking clutch when I get in some place to try start the motherfucker up. Like if I just got out of my tractor trailer for a regular basis, I'll reach for a clutch that isn't there, and like I'll stomp on the motherfucking floor, and there won't be any clutch there. Or I'll reach like up to like the fucking console, or I'll reach to the steering wheel to pull for like a gear lever, and I'll be yanking on the fucking turn signal or the ring or the windshield wiper joint, right? When like it should be down on the fucking ground or whatever it is, right? Or in the center console, because like each of these cars is different, right? And so like how you fight that mentality is by literally like changing like how you do things. Like you have to go to the fucking river and catch a fish and cut it up, and skin it and clean it and motherfucking cut the fillets off of it and, fry it the fuck up for yourself. That's how you change your ideology, right? You do for yourself. You do the whole entire process from a live animal to your plate, right? That's how you change these type of things. But people are so goddamn disconnected that if you polled Americans right now, I'll bet you a good 80 to 85% of Americans have never put a knife into an animal. They've never killed anything in their lives.
That's kind of ironic, Tom, because I think it's about 80% of the U.S. population is urbanized.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So you're not wrong. But I like, how can I put this? You also kind of have. Actually, I lost what I was going to say. You guys go ahead.
All right. I mean, yeah. So this is the problem. In the end of the day, with Americans, is the fact that they haven't been raised by individuals who work. Right. They've been raised by individuals who went to an office every day. So they have literally no idea what it is that normal people do every day when they go to work. And when they get older and, they have to go get a job, they are fucking terrified of just the sheer ideology of just fucking pushing a broom, right? Or, cleaning a toilet, or, fucking getting on your hands and knees and scrubbing out grout cracks on a fucking tile floor or something. Because that thought for them is something that their parents would have never done and the people around them would have never done, as in general thing, right? So this mentality of standing here and looking at the world as if they're not really ever going to be a part of it the way that I am or Captain Capitalism is. I don't know if TK, if you ever had an actual real fucking old school job. I know you work in a machine shop now, but
I did work as a butcher for a while.
Okay, yeah. These type of jobs, right? I don't know if they will, they've never had this experience. The vast majority of Americans have never had this going to work and learning how things operate from the ground up and working in different fields. Right? Literally, I worked in fast food. I worked in groceries. I worked in logistics. I worked in steel foundries. I worked in motherfucking factories. I've worked in goddamn fucking, warehouses. I've worked in goddamn fucking trucking. I've done construction. I've done all this type of shit. Right. And so in doing all of these things, I understand how the world works. Right. Because I fucking went and did it. And I took my kids with me to go do some of this shit. I brought my kids out in the job so they can go, oh, look, it's fucking cool to be able to push a broom around on a warehouse, or they could fucking drive around on a forklift on the dock, or, ladies in the office give me fucking candy. These type of fucking things in the end of the day. And that's what we're missing. Go ahead.
I just would like to point out that most of the time, you can be driving around a goddamn floor polisher, and your 4-year-old kid's probably going to think it's whiz-bang craziest thing he's ever seen. Yeah. Because he's a 4-year-old kid hanging out with his dad. It's not anything super complex here. You just need some way of what has happened, and is something that you've touched upon many a time, Tom, is that we have just almost completely given up on the decentralized intergenerational pass down of knowledge, right?
Oh yeah.
We rely explicitly on the institutions to teach people, and that's not a good idea. You have introduced a singular point of failure in our society by doing that. If whatever institution that it is doesn't teach them right, then like you're gonna like unlike cookies, like if you have a whole if you ruin a whole batch of cookies, that's a bad thing. You know, it's a waste. If you ruin a whole batch of people, that is a massive fucking problem.
Well,
That is catastrophic failure.
Well, Zehan said we already did this.
Yeah. We've been doing this for like 3 or 4 generations now.
Well, no, we literally ruined the millennials, like altogether. Like the millennials will never be able to catch up, right? Because of how hard they have been fucked, right? As in, like, because they gotta, like, I would have graduated in 2000, but like, fucking I dropped out in 2000. After like I was, whatever, because I flunked a grade and shit, because I told him to eat a dick. But anyway, like, yeah, so like fucking, like I was supposed to graduate in 2000, and like I went and I got a motherfucking job. And shit. Hold up, guys, where Fox? How the fuck did this nigga even get the link? Hold up, I'm gonna fucking stand here. Like this nigga.
Hello there.
Cass War Fox, what up, bro? How you living, my man?
Oh, I've been doing fine. Really fucking busy, but well. I was catching the stream, and you guys have been touching some interesting subjects I've been mulling over for a while. So I figured, fuck it, why not hop in and have some takes?
Man, I love you out here. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking, I've been trying to push people over to your Discord because I'm gonna keep meeting these guys that do what you do. You know what I mean? Anybody that don't know Cass War Fox, he be hunting down pedos and shit. You know what I mean? Like, he's a beast.
Oh shit, he's hunting furry.
Yo,
pedo hunters.
So the question, I like, you guys touched on some good shit. So I let me say it like this, in my personal opinion, in my experience, you are absolutely right that essentially what was happening when not just society, but as the internet first came about, everything was decentralized as shit. Like back then, if you wanted to be a part of a community, it was always based on like some small ass forums that you get to be a part of. And back then, like if you were kicked off, it didn't matter. People were allowed to have their opinions, their belief systems, anywhere they wanted to belong, because everything was decentralized in a sense, and you don't have to worry about some retard's opinions. People used to disagree with each other. But nowadays, everything is centralized on the internet. You can't have opinions, and everyone's losing their shit because the old form of what the internet used to be is gone. In the same way that decentralized everything in real life is losing its grip on people. Most people don't even know what that's like anymore, to go around and start hunting for food, or, farming, or doing any actual practical work to put on your dinner plate. People have no idea on how to be on the internet and just have a proper conversation. Because
the only thing that I dovetail on that is like I think one thing that's going to get somebody in our generation, or just our generation in general, in trouble is that because of the centralized mechanisms of the internet at the moment, like there's no logical point to like just stop whatever it is that you're doing. Right.
I put his link in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, make sure you go over there and drop a sub. Thank you, Fed Up Southern Girl, for going over there and subbing. It's appreciated. You know what I mean? But like,
which isn't like the radicalism argument. It's just like sometimes, like, we've all seen how many people just need to go outside and touch grass at this point. Like, that happens more often when you have small groups, because like there's not always going to be enough people available for a conversation if you're not in a very large group of people.
I like to I have a personal take on this. I kind of like to call it the sort of teacher's dilemma, where having a mentorship with 1 or 2 people being trained on the subject tends to have more quality than a classroom full of 30 kids every hour or so circling out throughout a class. The problem with this, of course, is it doesn't work in terms of a quality of education. We don't have a quality education system. We have an indoctrination camp system. It is more accurate, because the only way you can teach that many people anything properly is to just give them cliff notes that isn't at all practical. For example, when you wanted to be on the internet a long time ago, you had to be a bit of a tech nerd just to make anything work for you. Because at least in that regard, you were smart enough to be here. And at least even with all the autistic internet trolling that happened even back then, there was at least a degree of a conversation to be had that was probably far more practical and far more interesting than it is now. Everything's all lost in this idea that like you cuddle feelings, because most of the people that you talk to now or that are spurging out, because chances are I'm sure all of you have been dealing with people, especially in the last couple of years, spurging out about your content and the topics you talk about, are soft, sickly children who've never actually experienced hardship in their life. Let's be fucking honest.
Yeah.
Absolutely a quality issue.
Let's keep it a buck. How many streams have I called? Right.
How many streams have you done where a bunch of people were just, how dare this Tom Pinoy speak?
Yo, oh my god! Like, it was like, yo, they did an 8-hour stream about me like last year. It was great. Like, and they like, oh, an ode to a god. That's a meme I embraced from Scooby.
Exactly, yeah. See, like, the issue is, it's not about touching grass is the issue. It's that for people, essentially, people are put in the situation when their entire lives have never been challenged by anything. So when things get hard, like for example, a disease popping around and everyone's locked down for 2 years and life gets a little bit hard on your pocket and everything, everyone spurgs out, because at least the majority of people spurg out like crazy because they never dealt with conflict. At this point, what we're seeing is an entire generation that's never seen mass conflict, never seen mass pandemics, never seen mass famines, losing their fucking marbles because they can't comprehend difficulty. They can't comprehend self-sufficiency. They can't comprehend putting their ego aside and realize that the reason you're hearing these opinions is because the world's a lot more complex than your little bubble.
I agree. And quick question for everybody as a follow-up. When do you think the next round of STEMIs are going to be coming out? My guess is November.
Probably around then. I mean, like, they have some elections going on in November. They don't want to lose any more fucking Democrat areas, you know. But
I'm gonna cut you and double down and say August, because they start early and then build up.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, because like let's keep this 100. Like, the Feds like raised the rate. They want to raise the rate 0.25%, and the stock market just took a giant nosedive. You know, so like they're throwing a fit. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's like, all right, let's get back to the subject at hand, because like, all right, so we have 2 parts of this that like we got to address, right? Which is well, 3 really when it comes down to it. But like, you have the mentality of postmodernism, which is the idea that with nuclear bombs and, you know, I mean, like the government having the ability to, you know, I mean, be the only one who can really conduct warfare, the place of males in society have basically just been destroyed. And you like the reason why like men had the right to vote is because of the fact that, like, you know, like men were like, you know, I mean, you went to war and you died. So like you had the right to go tell you who the fuck was going to tell you to go die. And once like the idea of the fact that like a government could wipe a city off the fucking map with a fucking bomb, like that changed things. And like when it changes men, it changes women too, right? Because like neither one of your places really make any sense. Because like if one doesn't make sense and the other one doesn't make sense, it's a bipolar thing. And then like you go through like the 50s and 60s where you have kids hiding underneath of their fucking desk, worried about like the Russians are gonna like, you know, drop a bomb on PS 118 in motherfucking, you know, Matumba, Iowa. Like that was gonna fucking ever happen, right? You know, like I don't know how they get away with like making these fucking movies where it's like, oh man, it's a fucking nuclear holocaust in goddamn fucking Missouri. Like there's nothing to bomb in Missouri, you fucking retards. You know, I mean, they're gonna bomb
like any kind of apocalypse in fucking Arkansas. Like
no one's going to bomb Arkansas, but anyway, right? Like yeah, like the terrorists are going to win, right? You know, but like yeah, so they scared the shit out of everybody for like 30 or 40 years, and we've had this hanging over our heads. So everybody's just been on this level where it's like, well, we're gonna live for today because you could die tomorrow, you know. And this has led to some terrible things in our society as an in general thing. And then you have the just rapid advancement of technology and the rapid growth of government with technology beside it, because government's like a parasite that rides on the back of like tech. I mean, being able to like do what it does. And people just come accustomed to government standing here, just taking care of you from the cradle to the fucking grave and always watching over you and having cameras on you and all these type of things. And you little by little just offload your responsibility on the fucking, daddy government, because, like, again, like fucking you have that problem of, fucking if we're gonna die today, like fucking God, can't really be real if, nuclear bombs are a thing. So it's all, it's all kind of like linked together in the end of the day. And we've given up all of our culture and our heritage and our mentalities and everything that goes with it, and all the things that like made us who we are as a people. Whether it be like the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, or like the Guineas or the Irish or the blacks or whoever, and everything's gotten to the point down now where nobody has any meaning to anything and nobody has any idea where they came from. And like we're in this position today where it's like, man, listen, like we have nothing linking us to anything before us, and we're looking at a future that looks kind of bleak, and we don't know what the fuck to do.
Just look at the whole thing with Trudeau. Sorry to interrupt, but I like to say this. Look at the way things are handling right now. They practically made it to where you can't even have peaceful protests anymore. Like that's not a thing. The first moment you do so, you're going to get police horses to clamp down on your ass, with absolutely no repercussions coming from the state of authorities for excessive force. Guarantee you no punishments coming there. And then these are the same people.
We actually just had that conversation. We said that peaceful protest no longer works because the media will just ignore you.
Yeah, they will.
Right. Like I made a video. They started Wednesday, like 3 weeks ago. And so like I covered it, that weekend. And so during that weekend on that Sunday, I went through all the news agencies, like Washington Post, PBS, CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, right? There was one story about the protest that they literally had like 10,000 trucks in fucking Ottawa at that point. Mm-hmm. One story. That's it. There was literally a media blackout. Like the only reason peaceful protests work is that the media covers it, right? And like then they cover the response. And the media, if they're not going to cover it and cover the response, and like this gets down to like the ideology of the cathedral, which is basically the media is an arm of the government.
Yeah.
Right.
And by extension, corporations that work closely with the government. For example, Meta, when the manager quote community people involved in moderation of your speech has been recently found out to like little boys and got caught, and there's no media coverage of that whatsoever. It's underground sources covering that shit. So like, and again, no police response on that either, conveniently enough, but they'll trample you with horses for going on a protest that's by all extensions legal to protest. So I'm just saying, like, people, I think, regardless if they like it or not, are starting to realize that our over-reliance on the system to work for us is bullshit. They don't really work for us. That's not the main objective. It's to keep a sense of order around. That's about it.
I hate to blackpill you, but like I think actually what's been happening is that like we've ran out of more people to jam into the system, so it's not working anymore, and that's why people are getting pissed off.
By the way, Cass Warfox, I'd like it to be TK Mao and Capitalism. Motherfucking TK Mao is, basically my new Excel, right? He's a physicist. I like to have smart motherfuckers around. You know what I mean? But like, so, what the hell is? All right. So you ever read Ted Kaczynski's A Systems Need a Strict?
Have I ever read such a thing?
Have you ever read?
I have heard of it, but I don't think I've ever gotten the chance to sit down and read it to the full extent.
Well, I read it on one of my recent videos, and Ryan himself and Sinrise covered it a while back. You know, what I mean, I did a video like covering their joint, but I sat and read it the other day. You know, what I mean, basically the principle is that like the system needs to be like forever expanding, right? And what they do is like they stand here and they go like, we need to have more people come in so that you can have more people in the corporate offices, more individuals to give loans to, more people to consume, all these type of things. The system is like forever expansionary,
They
and
have to.
yeah, like it just is what it is, right? And so, like what the system has is the system has universities that, you know, what I mean, hand out degrees to like all of the management class in America, right? You know, what I mean, like, you know, like fucking every corporation is basically full of managers, like from like, you know, the little guys the whole way up, and then, you know, like fucking media, and then, you know, the fucking government, fucking bureaucracy is full of managers who was trained inside of these universities, and all the universities protocols are written in Yale, Harvard, Princeton, you know, be fucking like the big schools and shit. And this is how like everything's kind of all linked together. And so basically, in order for the system to like continue to expand and work, they have to accept everybody, you know, what I mean, in the system, and bring everybody into the corporate offices. And, you know, what I mean, like you have to accept them, and then, you know, what I mean, like turn them into individuals who can be productive inside of the system as an in general thing. And that's kind of what's going on with all of like the fucking crazy nonsense that you see with like, you know, trans activists and all this shit, and like fucking all the everything that happens. Like, and that's why like none of this shit makes any sense to anybody, is because of the fact that literally like the system as an in general thing, like it only wants a certain narrative pushed, right? And that one like the narrative that like the truckers are pushing right now is anti-system.
Yeah.
That's kind of where.
Yeah, and essentially because they put themselves in that situation where they consider themselves as the antithesis against the system itself, the system will not spare any proper mercy or proper standards to them, as you've already seen with the whole Trudeau cracking down on them, and then, you know, the whole horse trampling and all the other crazy shit going on, where it's like
The excavators.
Yeah, what do they do to the excavators?
The cops asked them to move them off the side of the road, and then like once they moved them, they fucking went in, they cut all the fuel lines, sprayed spray foam inside of them, ripped them all fucking coils out and shit for the ignition and whatnot. You know what I mean? And basically just caused like $500,000 worth of damage to like excavators that like fucking his farmer had in his property.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, and the cops admitted to it.
Yeah, see, they don't even hide that shit no more. They don't care. They really don't.
Which actually kind of gets to my comment on that whole situation, which is, how long do you think it's going to be before they break something that they really need and can't do without?
My question is,
in an immediate sense, I'm pretty sure they've already broken like
well,
the broad speaking fucking cultural enforcement mechanisms have already broken. I'm talking about like, when do you think that somebody's going to like cut off and try to cut off somebody's electricity or cut off somebody's internet, and they're gonna like cut off an entire section of the city by accident?
They did that already.
My question's more so,
like,
when are they gonna do something that puts them at
besides
the end of
in California?
No. Remember I did that video, what was it, back in like October, November, where like they had the pipeline shut down going like from God, I want to say like fucking, it was across like the Canadian border back into the States. Like it went out of
with the hack.
No. Like the government shut it down because like,
the pipeline shut down. Well, like again, what I mean is like in an immediate sense for themselves, Tom. I'm not talking about like having a mistake that like kills a couple thousand plebs or whatever. Like they don't give a shit. I'm saying like, when are they going to like almost literally cut off their nose to spite their face? Like, when is that going to happen? Like, when are they going to like piss off a plumber and get the entirety of the House of Congress flooded. Like, when is something like that going to happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's a matter of time kind of thing.
No. Actually, Tom makes me think, like, maybe it's already happened and we just don't know about it.
I would say we're in the beginning stages of it if they're going out of their way to be this fucking cunty towards truckers of all people. You know, the people responsible for your fucking food.
Yeah. Like, I can understand impounding tools to some extent, right? Like, I could understand going, all right, every big machine in this area, we're going to put a lockout tag on, and we're going to fucking bring it down to the impound, and we'll give it back to you once the shit stops. I wouldn't agree with that, but I would understand the logic, right? Because, like, you after all this shit's done, you want those people to go back to work. That's why you're cracking down on the protest in the first place. You want them to shut up and go back to work.
No. You just want them to shut up, right? Like, they don't want to be, like, Justin Trudeau does not want to be challenged.
Yeah. But, like, he wants to be the ruler of Canada, which requires them to be doing their work. Like, he wants them to shut up and go to work.
I mean, like, he don't really care if they go to work. He don't care what they do once they shut him down. You know what I mean?
Like, he does when, like, they're necessary for the economy to function. Like, he needs his Cuban cigars trucked in, Tom. That has quite a freaking supply chain, because you have to fly them in. You have to have somebody produce the oil, produce the airplane, produce the pilots even.
Woody Johnson has a really, really, really good point on this, right? I want to show you this. This is really important that, like, you know, you understand exactly, like, what's going on. You know what I mean? Right. This is important. Right. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need truckers. He gets all of his food from the grocery store. Okay. Like, he doesn't really need truckers at the end of the day.
Right? That's not even a joke. I'm pretty sure I saw several people on Twitter unironically making that statement.
Yeah.
That was great, bro.
Yeah, that's like the people who actually take that as a real statement are literally the problem we're talking about. People who are so disconnected from reality, they don't realize where their food, where their supplies, where their shit comes from that they take for granted. And the more they continue on this path,
we just had this conversation. Like, legit. Yeah. Like, we should have been here in the beginning. Like, we just had this whole conversation about this. Like, literally, like, we were going like, bro, look, motherfuckers need to go kill some shit and eat it. You know what I mean? Like, people have never done it before. They have no idea.
Self-sufficiency just isn't a thing with these people. That's the problem.
They're all metropolitan individuals, right? They're all cosmopolitan people. They all live inside of a city. They've never fucking, like, you know, they've never been in the woods. If they go to the woods, it's for a hike on a trail that's maintained by the state. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna tell you, all right, I'm a fisherman, right? I love going fishing. It's one of my favorite things. But, like, there's a group of fishermen in Pennsylvania who I would love to feed to a wood chipper, right? They go fishing in the creeks on the first day of trout, and what they do is they line up shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow on these creeks right downstream for where the government tells them they're going to put the fish in. Right? They're not really fishing. Right? They're literally just catching things that the motherfucking government put into the water, right? And they're taking their kids out to do the same thing, right? Because, like, they consider that fishing, and that's not fishing, right? That has nothing to do with fishing. Like, legit, that is not how fishing goes. Like, Fishing is, like you take your boat out or you go on the side of the river and, you cast a line out somewhere and you put bait on the end of it. And you might chum the water, whatever it is. And you sit and you wait for a fish to hit your fucking rock. That's how fishing works. It takes time, right? And it takes practice. And, like if you're running the lure, you got to learn how to do what you're doing and run your lure properly and like tie to tie and all these type of things. Like there's a lot of shit involved. And, it's a lot of luck, a lot of garbage. You might get skunked, you know what I mean? But like nobody told you where to go fishing. Your dad might have, you know what I mean? But like for the most part, you kind of learn how to read the water. These people have no concept of that.
Nope.
None.
Like I didn't learn all that, but like my uncle did teach me how to time the fuses on the dynamite.
Live in a different area than I do. We never had a need for dynamite where I lived, right? You know what I mean?
Well, that's how we fish.
I feel you. Like it's there's like these are things that like you have to go and like these guys, these store-bought, like fucking outdoorsmen and shit who go to Cabela's to go get all their stuff. Like I go get my lures and my hooks from a campground from a guy in a fucking camper who makes it, right? On site, with a fire out back, right? With lead he reclaimed from the river from all these fucking garbage fishermen who didn't know what they were doing. You know what I mean?
Hard to beat that Cabela's thermal underwear though.
Full shit. I got a pair of sweats I can put on underneath of my motherfucking pants. If need.
Yeah, but that's cotton. If that gets wet, you're fucked. Which I suppose on the flip side, that synthetic fiber, if it gets too hot, you're fucked.
Yeah, I'm saying though, like if you're still like if you're in the water, like you're fucked anyway. Like it is what it is,
Unless you got waders.
Feel you, yeah. But then, like, what is the point? Like saying if you got wet, like I have waders myself. Like again, like these are all things that like it takes time to like learn all this shit and get on this level of where like you know what you're doing. I'm not a store-bought person, right? Like I buy my meat from a butcher shop every week and it's all locally grown. Like I buy potatoes from my local fucking farm and shit. I buy corn from fucking Amish people down the road, right? This is how you do what you do. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, well, that's something I was doing where it's like, you know what, I'm probably not going to be without a lot of fast food options. So I go to a butcher shop, buy a shit ton of proper meats, and have freezers and shit, and learn to cook more often. Boom, there you go. Like learn, and also just learn how to do shit from scratch. Like just take the effort, even if it takes more time, and I probably might waste a few resources. That's better than where we're at right now, because this whole Dine Dash store bullshit is. I don't see why people think this is sustainable.
Yeah.
Well, like here's a cool thing around here, right? Legitimately, all of the big restaurants, like the chain restaurants, closed down and our local shops thrived, right? Mm-hmm. Because everybody was ordering off of fucking DoorDash and shit, right? And like they were just like everybody was buying the local shit, like little pizza shops and bodegas and shit all signed up, and they fucking just went right through it, just kept going like it was nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or they signed up for their own service. It might not have been DoorDash or whatever. They had like shit on their websites. You know what I mean? But they were like that before. You could order online before. Like we were already on this shit.
My hope is that with food inflation hitting as hard as it is, that like people will be forced to not eat single meals anymore. Like I both of you probably realize this, but like if you prepare like an individual portion of anything, you are being massively wasteful most of the time.
Yep.
So like my hope is that this pressure makes like potluck meals more of a thing again, so that people will eat with other people.
Good luck on that. Like I've been trying to fight for like community ideologies and like bringing people, like more together and shit. Goku, nigga, get in here, right? Fucking like I've been trying to argue for this mentality of like you should know your neighbors and know your neighborhood and like be closer with people. Like like me and my next door neighbor have like projects we're working on like throughout the year and shit. In our backyards, like trying to get shit straight, and I help him out because like he's a local firefighter and whatnot. And like the neighbor behind me, I help him work on his vehicles and shit. Like this is you're supposed to be ingrained into your neighborhood. And I've only been here a year. You know what I mean? Like I've been in this house, like where I live in this neighborhood a year. And like I'm trying to become ingratiated in the neighborhood. So like, I'm not so much that I'm better known, but more along the lines of like, I'm not, like an outsider per se.
I feel you. I was just more going for like, I don't think that, and I think this is part of the reason why women are so fucking unhappy these days. Part of that, and they get everything they ask for. Which, Tom, is that what is the easiest way to make a woman miserable?
To stop fucking other broads and focus on her.
I was going to say to give her what she asks for.
Like, yeah, that's what they usually ask for. Like,
Yeah.
You're usually happiest, you know what I'm saying, when you come home smelling like other fish,
Right. So, like, it's the same concept society-wide, right? On that particular front right there. But, like, I honestly don't think that we, as a species, are meant to eat alone as much as we do these days. And I know that is... It seems like it's a specific little nitpick, but like there are specific bonding chemicals that go off in your brain if you eat meat in the presence of other people who are also eating meat.
I'll tell you what, man, like if you watch like YouTube, right? Like I'm a YouTube junkie. Like I watch a lot of YouTube, right? And like there's things that I watch on YouTube that I know like socially like are kind of on a more primitive level. Like Cass, you ever watch food porn on YouTube?
Yeah.
Like
I like to
mukbang?
learn. I like to. No, I like to spend my time learning how to cook stuff because I used to do that a lot when I was working in Boy Scouts and when I dealt with the shitty life in my neighborhood back in 2008. My grandma was the type of person who taught me all about cooking, so I used to help out with that shit with the neighbors. So talk about that whole community thing. I used to do that a lot too, with certain members of the family and shit like that. So yeah, no, I spend my time learning some cooking shit. What do you have in mind to talk about there outside of mukbang?
All right, like you ever watch like Google Foods or Sous Vide Everything or
Yeah, once in a while.
yeah, right. I mean, like there's like food porn channels on YouTube that like you watch and you know what I mean, like you watch them like eat the fucking food and shit, and like it's a primitive thing inside of your brain where like you immediately want to go cook something for yourself. You know what I mean?
No, it's funny you bring that up. The whole reason mukbang or mukbang, however you're supposed to pronounce it, got popular is because in Korea and also Japan, kids go out once they got to college or get a job for the first time. They don't have that experience of like sitting down and eating a family meal or a family dinner. And I know for like Westerners that sounds a little weird because we don't really do that much anymore, anyways. But it's still a really important part of culture, especially in, again, Korea, Japan, Vietnam. So it's a comfort thing. And there is something, it's very tribal. It's a primal instinct that the one thing that you do together, whether it's as a family or a tribe or a group of people, is you all sit down and you eat together. And so that's where that whole thing came from. It's kind of a weird, I don't even know where I actually heard how that actually started, but as you can tell, I watch too much YouTube as well.
It's primal in the sense that like we humans obviously were attracted to the idea of watching content about food because like at some point you probably have at least, I don't know about anyone in here, so feel free for the chat to say something about that, but like how many times have you experienced when you were younger that you probably learned some form of cooking from a family member, or that you did have a family gathering type situation where you just had a conversation and you ate your food for that day?
Oh yeah,
That
like
dinner.
And listen, my grandmother had 14 kids. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah.
every time there was a birthday or like even on like a Friday, like it was a regular thing. Like you go over there and like, grandma would have made like a bunch of fucking pasta or, like every holiday, like you'd go over and like my grandma, she made like homemade ice cream and gelato and shit. Right.
Mhm.
And, like you'd go over and, like you'd eat with your fucking family and hang out and spend time. And like half the experience literally was the smell, and just the
Yep.
food and shit. My grandfather, he was literally like, all right. So my family owned 5 restaurants. And so like my grandpa, like he got arrested at my mom's wedding for selling a truckload of meat for the reception. Right. So he cooked, because like, like he was in and out of jail. So like he, like this is the end of the mob in like the 80s and 90s. So like he wasn't like, like fucking whatever.
Mhm.
There was no money. There was none of that bullshit. Like he was broke. But like one thing he did give us was good food. You know what I mean? And it's something that I try to give to my kids. You know what I mean? In my fucking family is like, I want you to, like have these meals and like learn the process of what it takes to make all this shit. Like making a 3-day sauce, cutting down the onions and the garlic and sauteing shit and growing fresh basil and, like really getting down and dirty, like really actually cooking. You know what I mean? And that's important. In our culture and in our family and just as an integral thing.
So the question I like to ask for everyone in here, including the chat, is: have you ever noticed that when you had that time in your life where your family was around a lot more and people were cooking good food and you had your conversations throughout the day already compartmentalized in a conversation through dinner, have you ever noticed that your connection towards people was far more potent than it is now when you're alone and probably talking to them through a computer or a phone?
No, without a doubt.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's part of
Yeah.
human nature. We want to actually talk to people. And the
Well,
problem is we've been losing that for a while.
That and like there's so many million different things that affect our mood that we don't our mood, what we do, our word choice, all this type of thing that like we have no way of being conscious of, because if we were being conscious of everything that affects our consciousness, we do nothing because we'd just be looping it, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have at least somewhat limited knowledge of like what's affecting you. So the thing is, when you're physically in person, whatever that set of circumstances is, it's hitting both of you. It might not be hitting both of you the same way, but you're both reacting to the same shit. You're looking at the same thing. And there's also like the feedback loop that happens when you look at a person's eyes, because a person's eyes tells you what they're thinking about. There are so many little things there.
Like I've read there's a 300% uptick in children with like speech problems and speech delays. Like since the fucking coof thing has happened due to the masking, right? Because like a lot of what children learn is, through like their visual. And on top of that, like they thought that this would cause like a baby boom in America because everybody's locked in their houses and all that type of shit. But like really what happened is there was a baby bust during this time. And one of the reasons is biologically, lips on a female in particular actually reflect, like sexual organs in females, right? Like it's supposed to lips on your face, right? Same type of thing. And they become flushed and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like show like sexual, readiness, things of this nature. They're actually like biological markers, right? That like exist, like on like a human's face that people really they discount as an in general thing, because we get back to the ideology of, like guys like Voltaire, where it's, like I don't want to recognize that the earthquake was a thing because like, that means the earth has fucking power over me. It's that enlightenment motherfucking thought process of going like, we are more than just biological animals. And we've had this like ran into our heads for so long that we're not biological, but we are. In the end of the day, we have to accept that fact and live with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the thing is that, like, I think the problem is that, like, the original Enlightenment idea was that we are not just animals, right? And now we're to the point where they're trying to say we're not animals. Right?
That's the thing. We're complicated animals, but we are still driven by instinct first and foremost.
Right. And that's
like,
that's
asked the question. I read it was 3,000%, right? And like, so, all right, what you have to understand about like percentages, right? This is very, very important to understand. Percentages are dumb, right? As a thing, right? So like 3,000%, that just means like 30 times, right? In the end of the day. Right. So like it's not, you know what I mean, like so much a mentality of like, you know, like fucking, oh, it's like 3,000. Like it sounds like a big fucking number. But the problem is like when you have 100% increase, that means it went from 1 to 2.
Yeah,
right?
You double.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was 10,000 or like, wait, I'm trying to think here. If it was 1,000%, it went from 1 to 10. Right. So like that's the problem when it comes down to like that mentality. Like that's the thing. And no, it didn't make them impotent. I forget who the fuck asked that. It didn't make it's that you miss the sexual cues from females and shit. You know what I mean? So like you don't shoot your shot as often. It's kind of
it's essentially what you're getting at here is about the fact that we humans inform a lot of our information, articulation, and development due to families and other surroundings therein. But the problem, of course, is that when people completely isolate themselves, and it's not necessarily something like solitude, where the type of isolation could be some good use. You're talking about like people, you know, forcing themselves not to get involved with each other whatsoever. You start to notice some unhealthy patterns that affect someone's development, especially if they're a kid. You know, which is why I also vote for the idea of picking on sheltered people, because essentially that's exactly the problem with people in society is that they don't do nothing to learn experience or anything in life when they're younger, because that's where a lot of your instincts, a lot of your development will affect you long term.
That's the thing. All of our mental development, which
wait. TK, yo, you're breathing in your mic. Secondly, artists, nigga, do you watch my channel? Like, yo, legitimately, bro, I've been talking about the motherfucking population, motherfucking the demographic crisis we're facing for the past like 2 goddamn years. Like, yo, like 90...
You've been talking about it since I've known you, dude.
Yeah, legit. Like, I've been talking about the demographic crisis for 2 goddamn years, bro. Like, yo, are you not watching my channel? Like, yo, don't just click on the video, then go like, I hear me go, what up, and then click off. Listen to the rest of the goddamn content. Like, yo, for fuck's sake, man, listen. Like, yo, bro, like I'm telling you this shit. Like, I've been on this for like a long goddamn time. Go ahead, Doko. I'm sorry.
But like, it's all good, dude. But no, Cass, what you were saying, like the way that we grow and develop and interact with our surroundings is, of course, it's through the 5 senses. But if it's just you isolated and you're only getting that input information, just again due to your surroundings, there's no other human interaction. There's only a certain point that you can grow and mentally and get a certain level of mental stimulation that helps you actually grow as a person. Once you cut out other people or other outside factors or variables in your environment that allow you to increase the level of stimulation you would get otherwise, we become stagnant after a certain point. And as soon as mental stimulation becomes stagnant, that's when you start to see things like depression, addiction, malnourishment, all these negative aspects of the human psyche start to come in, and you go down the proverbial the rabbit hole, the deep dark pit, whatever you want to call it. So even just cutting out one of these things, like forcing people to wear masks every time they're interacting with another human being, you're cutting out at least at bare minimum 2 things, and that's the ability to see the type fully see what people's facial expressions are, but also you're limiting your ability to both smell and taste the area around you, and you're cutting out a very significant amount of the inputs. And it has a negative effect. Granted, maybe not as quickly as if you're going into full-blown isolation, but given enough time, you will start to see the negative impact of these sort of situations that have been thrust upon greater society as a whole really have a large, long-form negative impact. And we're only just now starting to observe how bad this really is.
Well, we're only observing it now because it's happening in its most logical extreme, which is probably the last thing we really need right now as a fucking civilization, because the only way to fix that is some really extreme measures that are probably going to make the situation long-term worse, because when you have extreme measures, you can only deal with things typically in the short term.
Well, it's bad enough that we live in the generation of smartphones and internet and all of this. Throw a mask in there.
Here's the problem. The problem is we don't have leaders, right? Is the issue. And by the way, artists, they're like, yo, Jordan Peterson's a retard. He literally just had to go buy Bitcoin. Like, legitimately, like, do not stop. Don't listen to Jordan Peterson. And China, here's the crazy thing. By 2050, China will have half the population it has right now. That's a scary one when you start really thinking about it, right? You know, I mean, from 1.4 billion to 700 billion or 700 million, that's a lot of goddamn people who are going to motherfucking be wiped off of that motherfucker. But anyway, right? Like the government will not be what the government is today over in China. It'd be fucking ridiculous. Anyway, so like the mentality of we don't have leaders like to have like some basic ass conversations like we're having right now. Like we should have leaders who can go, well, you know, maybe we should have a conversation about kids using these like, you know, I mean, devices and shit when they're young, right? Like maybe we should limit like, you know, I mean, the amount of time that like they're allowed to be on them, you know, I mean, like on a governmental level, like really actually have that. And that's not a bad thing. Like a lot of countries actually fucking do this and they're not having negative effects from it. And it doesn't cause negative effects, right? Yeah. I mean, it like might slow down technological advancement, right? Because like you won't have as many like engineers coming in, you know what I mean? Like it's like, well, it's kind of on that. It's on that level of where, you know, if you want to sit here and like have these type of reforms put in, you need leaders who are able to just in general go, hey, look, let's bring up this conversation and like talk about it. Not like I'm going to dictate to you what we're going to do. More like, hey, man, we should probably talk about this. You know what I mean? Because like this is a problem that we're experiencing with social isolation and depression and, you know what I mean, all the shit that goes with it. And, you know what I mean, like address it from a manner of like, oh, we love these motherfucking people and they're our children and we care about them, you know what I mean? And like we care about like the human beings that are coming into like our fucking into our society. We should probably address it on, you know what I mean, like a societal level, you know what I mean, and be able to have like communities and, you know what I mean, states make laws dictating like what is and is not allowed, whether or not that affects Google or Amazon's or, you know what I mean, fucking whoever's bottom line or Facebook's bottom line in the end of the day.
That's kind of what I was touching on in the chat earlier before you asked me to come on the stream. I call it the hubris of the ivory tower, where these individuals believe themselves to be so intelligent or so elite that they just discredit or discount anybody else who's not part of their, you know, little circle or their club. And the example I like to use is Bloomberg. When he was talking, he was on, I forget what show he was on, but he was doing an interview and he was saying, you know, he could teach anybody how to farm. It's, you know, just poke a hole in the ground, throw a seed in it, put some water on, put dirt over it, put some water on it, you know, boom, plants grow. And that's not the way it works, dude. You need to know the pH balance of the soil. You need to know when to do proper crop rotation.
Hang on. Let me address this real quick. Because they're fat, right? That's why they're having thyroid problems through the roof. Right? It's because they're fat. I'm sorry. Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead. Keep talking about pH levels in soil, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's so you have someone like Bloomberg who is not a dumb guy. Don't get me wrong. But the hubris that he has because he built a technology company and knows a lot about information technology thinks that farming is something as simple as poking a hole in the ground and pop a seed in it, put some water on it, and boom, plants grow. He doesn't know anything about fields going fallow, why it needs to go fallow, when it should, what proper pH balance for certain crops are, when to do proper crop rotation. It's not that simple, but these individuals, especially the coastal elite, they're like, oh, they're flyover country, they're hillbillies, they're hicks, they don't know anything. So we can't have these types of conversations because they're in that level of hubris that anytime you try to tell them, like, look, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, they immediately dismiss you as a dumbass. And
or,
so that is a problem. We don't have
alt-right personality or something like that.
Yeah, whatever buzzword they want to use, but that's the problem. Like what Pino was talking about, we don't have leaders that can actually sit down and have these conversations where it's, you know, it's something so simple it should almost be common sense. But again, because they're wrapped up in that elitist mindset, that they won't even take the time to do it. And then they see society crumbling around them and think that somehow they can fix it, when in fact their hubris is the problem.
Yeah. Actually, expanding upon that, essentially what you're saying was, again, I'm just referring to this. When the internet was first a thing, you had to at least learn how to make that shit work to be on it in the first place. You had to at least learn this shit to actually exist on the internet at all, make your computers do whatever you need, set up everything you need. Nowadays, people are pushed to be here and they don't have to learn shit. They know is that computers are a magic box that gets me to talk to you. That's all they think. And because of this, and this is the reason why I laugh, because like if you look at like certain people who are trying to get involved, a large percentage of people who want to be a part of computer science don't even pass, for very specific reasons. A lot of it's also just like a self-learning thing. That's an issue too. A lot of these fields are very self-taught. But the problem with the internet is that what you see is a population of idiots, a population of people who don't realize what the internet used to be, which is that if you wanted to learn something, take the time to learn it. Like nowadays, what I do with the internet, outside of what I usually do, sometimes play video games, do other shit, hunt down pedophiles, is that I spend a lot of my time learning subjects I'm interested in for whatever utility. For example, hunting, fishing on occasion, or programming knowledge, or cybersecurity shit. Just in general, just taking the time to actually learn stuff. That's what the internet outside of porn was usually supposed to be about. Most people don't even do that. They don't even try. So
Well, like,
it's not just the fact that the internet is also a clusterfuck. It's the fact that no one uses it for its intended purpose, which is precisely why it's a clusterfuck.
well, like, all right, I gotta address like a couple things in chat. One is, you know what I'm saying? Like, gotta remember, like, the monocrop thing has grown us to like have shit like high fructose corn syrup and like fucking have like our basis of our society and our fucking like what are the things called? Like our base motherfucking carbohydrate be corn, right? So that's what actually made everybody fat, right? And that's the problem. It's not so much the fact that, like, you know, it's what we're growing, it's what we're eating. You know what I mean? In the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, Doku. Here's the thing. The question is not about whether or not you can teach anyone to farm. The question is, do you want to fucking industrialized farming, or do you want to fucking grow food for your family and to be able to trade with your neighbors? Because that's a different thing. You don't need to get into the super technical fucking shit when it comes down to, you know, like, do you want to grow some tomatoes and cucumbers and shit out back? Do you want to grow some peppers and, you know what I mean, some pumpkins or something? Because, like, you don't need, you know what I mean, like all this stuff when it comes down to like understanding how to grow like enough food to, like, you know, be able to like can some of it for winter and, like, you know, maybe take some to your local farmer's auction to sell off. You don't really have to know all that extracurricular shit. I can teach anybody to garden, right? And to grow like some basic shit at home. But like when it comes down to like commercial agriculture, commercialized farming, that's when it starts to get really technical, because then you're trying to feed an entire civilization on, you know, I mean, like 1% of your workforce, because that's what we're doing in America right now.
It also comes down to the fact. Yeah, sorry to say. I just want to say this. It also comes down to the fact is, are people willing to learn that type of stuff in the first place? Are people willing to develop themselves as a person? And the issue is that a large portion of the population does not. It's not just they are fat because of what they eat too. It's also primarily the fact that they do nothing with themselves outside of obsessing consumption over and, you know, getting obsessive with their vices as well. We have a large population of people who've never faced any struggles and doesn't realize the basic tenets that, hey, look, do you want to sit here and do nothing and watch TV all day or be stupid? or do you actually want to learn something? And the thing is, we have all these tools in place. They don't want to do it.
Well, I would point out, and this isn't putting people off the hook by any by any means, but like when you feed people this reconstituted soy bullshit, it kills their testosterone levels, which kills their motivation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like here's the thing, like, and you run into this problem of where the more money you make, the more money you spend, right? And like we were talking, me and TK were talking about this last night, where like if you make less than $250,000 a year, you're basically poor in America, right? Like you're living paycheck to paycheck, and that's a fucking crazy idea, but it's true, right? Like it's a fucking true thing, right? Like I make 100 racks a year, and I'm still broke. I mean, on a regular basis. You know what I mean? Like literally, like I was taking out advances this week to get through fucking work and shit. So like, it's difficult to survive today on like any type of money. So it leads you to working more. And when you work more, you don't want to exercise. You don't want to spend time going to the gym or, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to spend time going outside, taking a walk. Because like, you're like, I'm fucking dumb tired. Like I am exhausted, right? Like today I fucking slept 9 hours, got up, hung out for about 4 hours, went back to bed for another 2.5. Right? like, bro, I'm tired, son. I'm exhausted. You know what I mean? Like literally, I was so exhausted. I went, I got up, I took a piss. And I just went and laid down. I didn't even say nothing. I was like, yo, man, listen, she got the kids. She good. Like I just went to fucking sleep. Right. And Joshua Demers, right? Legitimately, bro. I know like you were abused when you were a kid, but believe me, look. The vast majority of people who get their ass whooped when they're kids don't turn out to be fucking psychopaths or problems. All right. Child abuse is not an issue all like that. It's really not. Okay. Like the problem is that we call everything fucking abuse. Right. And we make everybody scared to ever get fucking like their hand, anyone's hands laid on them ever. It's why like, everybody like shoots everybody now instead of fighting. Like, why do you think we have like motherfucking like school shooters and shit? Right. Like the reason is because we have zero tolerance policies for motherfucking any type of violence in school. That's just like, if a kid can't like fucking solve his problems, fucking punches somebody in the face, and when he does, you bring a man with a gun and the badge into the conversation, he's going to fucking like escalate it because you just escalated it. You're pushing off conflicts that should have happened. You know what I'm saying? Like months or weeks ago. You know what I mean? And like all of a sudden now it's turned into like this thing where he's obsessed about it for like fucking 3 or 4 months. And now he comes in and just shoots somebody in the fucking face. Right? It's the same thing. It's like with this war in Ukraine, right? Like this wouldn't have been an issue if the US hadn't have been over there fucking around in the first place. Like if we hadn't been standing here like holding up the ceiling on shit. You know what I mean?
That sounds like what Peter Zion told me was Russian propaganda, Pinoid.
Wow, Russian propaganda. Did he say that was Russian propaganda?
Yeah. Zion straight up said that Fox News was pushing Russian propaganda when he said, like, why the fuck do we, like, why is Ukraine suddenly our old steadfast ally? Like, it's only been its own country for fucking, like, in this modern iteration for what, fucking 30 years at this point?
Yeah.
Because, like, they became in the modern version, obviously. Like, the thing is with Ukraine, is that like they do have a history of like both being a part of Russia and not being a part of Russia. I think What If Altus put it this way: when Ukraine is strong, they're their own thing. When they're weak, they're a Russian satellite.
I mean, it's not wrong. It's been that way for a long time. There's still a significant portion of the population of Ukraine that still considers themselves more a part of Russia than the EU. And I don't want to go into the whole Euromaidan, how that went down. But to be honest, the only reason that Ukraine is currently in the state that it is right now is primarily due to EU and US influence. If you took that away, they would go right back to essentially being a satellite of Russia. There's just a group of very powerful individuals that have a vested interest in them not being a part of Russia.
Oh yeah. You see those photos drop of those child soldiers over there in Ukraine, and there are a couple little black kids over there, little black freedom fighters with little Kalashnikovs.
Oh, like no, from Sierra Leone, Ukraine. I see. Like, you need to get some better pictures. Yo, come on, bro. Like, yo, go over and do the work, right? But the president of Ukraine doesn't speak Ukrainian. Like, legit. Like, do you understand? Like, Ukrainian is considered like what we would consider like a Southern accent here in America. Like, it's a backwater language and shit, right? Like, they're fucking. It's literally. It's not. Ukraine shouldn't be a country. Like, the only reason any of these borders exist is because the United States has been keeping everybody peaceful for like 80 years. And it needs to stop. Like, we need to leave motherfuckers alone. Like, yo, go do what you do. Like, I don't fucking care. It's not my fucking
We're going to
business.
get to that point where we're not even going to bother anyway, given the fucking state of our military, the recruits and shit and all the other like standards we have. So I feel like that's eventually going to go away too. The standard of us actually trying to police anything, unless we want to repeat of what happened with late state Rome.
Yeah, the issue is that we've got a bunch of these fucking science worshippers who think that as long as they have bug men and bug women and BIPOC ladies to cut their dicks off and then operate drones, they think they're able to actually win a war like that, which if you're trying to like
you see this
stomp a mud hole in some backwater country, sure, go for it.
Yeah, let me tell you what this is. Our business. Okay, see all that area that's colored in, that is America's business. All right, you see all the areas that are not colored in, that's not our business. Right, legit. Like, America needs to figure this shit the fuck out. Like, I know it's complicated, right? But like, our borders where like Americans live, inside of that is our business. Outside of that is not our business, right? I know it's complicated for motherfuckers to understand.
And if you want to get real advanced, you could even say that the countries that have borders that are the same borders as ours, like, their business affects our business.
I still like the meme. I forgot how old it is, but it goes something along the lines of, if the government has enough excess money to send to foreign powers to use for things that don't benefit the United States or its interests, taxes are way too fucking high.
Well, I agree, but the thing is, like, none of us are under the delusion that they're actually taxing people enough to pay for this shit.
Well, no, that goes into the whole Keynesian economics and central bank dichotomy that we have. That is a very long conversation. I don't know if you guys want to go into that one.
That's not even Keynesianism, right? Like,
yeah.
It's not Keynes. Like, you need to go. Have you ever read Keynes? Have you ever read his work?
Yeah, I have.
Have you? Like, why do you keep saying these words out of your face, right? Legitimately, if you fucking read his work, because like what we're doing is not what he said.
Yeah, he said we need to run a surplus in good times and run a deficit in bad times, and what we've been doing.
Yeah, this is the issue with people that have implemented Keynesian policies. They only implement it halfway.
Well, yeah, and to be 100% fair, mechanically, it's because, like, one, to use, like, Moldbug's fucking framing here, like, only 1/2 of Keynesianism actually enables the government to do something. The other half makes them do things that are not good for them, or at least not good for their immediate power base, right? And so that means that, like, they're only going to do half of that. And the other part is, like, you could make Keynesianism in theory work, I think, if you had, like, a monarchy, right?
Well, more accurately, if you had a monarchy that was fiscally responsible, yeah, you could make it work. And this is the problem that we have now: is we're
You
trying
need
to implement a
singular continuity of government, or at least of finances.
Well, even more importantly than that, though, to be blunt, the reason it's not going to work is because we don't have a government that's fiscally responsible. Like, that's if we really want to cut down to the root of the issue, that's really what it is.
No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it at all. Right. That's not the problem at all. Right. The problem is like legitimately, like we have two power centers who want to continue to get elected, and like in order to get elected, they can never let the system fall. Right. So like they just run stimulus forever. Right. That's really what we've been doing. We've been running stimulus since like 84.
On and on.
Yeah, like 82, 84.
What you're looking at in this case is you're talking about a system that wants to stay the same, but doesn't really want to put any real changes into it. They just want to maintain the power for as long as they can.
Well, but Pino does have a point, because if you tried to actually be fiscally responsible, I think the last time we saw anything that was remotely fiscally responsible was when we had to jack interest rates through the fucking roof, and it caused a lot of short-term pain, but it was necessary in order to get shit back on track. Otherwise, the economy it'd be looking like what it's going to look like here in the next 5 years unless interest rates go up. And honestly, I'm betting on interest rates going up. But if it doesn't, you better hold some tangible assets, because things aren't going to go the way that people think it's going to go. But
Jerome Powell, I know you're listening. Raise interest rates, you cuck.
But this is what Pino was talking about, though. Nobody wants to do that because they don't want to be the guy that is coming up for re-election when they have to make that tough decision, because people don't realize that, look, it might hurt in the short term, but it has to happen, because the long-term pain is going to be 10 times worse. I don't do it.
I don't think you understand what's going to happen if they raise interest rates. I really don't think you fucking comprehend what's going to go to be a thing.
Do you know what the consensus is among bond traders for rate hikes?
Oh, right now it's terrible.
Yeah. The bond traders think that there's going to be 10 quarter point rate hikes in the next year.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That's not going to fucking happen.
And the problem with that is that's going to shock the economy too. Like, I mean, we're really kind of in between a rock and a hard place. Like, regardless of what you do, we're kind of screwed. Like, it's just what flavor of shit do you want to eat?
That's precisely the problem, is that we sort of let this whole thing play out for so long that essentially all you got is drastic choices. All you got is a shit pile versus another shit pile.
Well, like all right. So check this out. Here's the situation we're in, because this is the greatest situation I've ever seen. As a guy who wants to see this motherfucker burn to the ground, I'm fucking excited. Right, my dick is hard about this ideology. It's really simple. There's like $70 trillion worth of fucking boomer retirement money floating around the system, right? And they're all retiring. The average boomer has $50,000 worth of retirement, and they require $45,000 a year to live. It's such a beautiful situation. Because they're going to pull all their money the fuck out at the same time, right? And right now they are hitting mass retirement. Like, the largest section of boomers will be fucking retired by the end of this year, right?
Yep.
And so, like, if they raise interest rates while the boomers are pulling the liquidity out and putting it back into the fucking system, right? And these companies that are literally living on like a fucking 1% profit margin and operating on throughput, you know what I mean? And they can't fucking borrow any more goddamn money to be able to keep paying their fucking bottom line, because like shit's too fucking expensive. You're going to end up with more inflation because of the fucking interest rate hikes. Like, yeah, it's fucking beautiful. While the equity market fucking crashes, it's going to be the greatest thing I've ever, like, mass bankruptcy and unemployment. The entire system will collapse.
It's going to be even more funny when companies like BlackRock and Citadel, who've been going around buying just fucking tangible assets anywhere they can get them, that's not going to work out very well for them either, because guess what? Those assets are all of a sudden not going to be worth very much.
And here's the thing. As boomers die, right? This is great. As boomers die and their houses all come on the motherfucking market and shit, yo, what happens to the price of those houses that BlackRock just bought? Everybody's like, yo, BlackRock, man, they're an evil company. They are fucked.
Oh yeah, they're screwed. The floor is going to fall out below them. It's like, you guys are dumb. You panic bought because you thought inflation was going to be bad, but also you saw what you thought were going to be really good deals. That ain't going to be a good. It's going to be a lot of money.
They thought the Fed would just forever keep doing what they're doing. Yo, okay, I have a question. TK, here's a really good question, and for Doku as well. So the Fed right now owns 33% of all MBS products.
Correct. Actually, I think it when do you get that updated? I thought it was getting close to 40.
Yeah, I think they actually, the last report, I thought they were at 34.7, something like that. Either way, it's in the 30s.
But either way, yeah, I know it's a third. It's a third. Usually, that's a number I heard was a third. I just said 30% because it made sense. It sounded good coming out of my mouth, my face hole, right? So, like, how high can that go?
In theory or in practicality?
So here's actually the thing. You can't have it go too terribly high just because, like, it turns it back that mortgage-backed securities is most of the overnight swap market and most of the liquidity for, like, what's it called? Those retirement accounts.
Yep.
IRAs?
Yeah, no. Money market funds, right?
Okay.
So it turns out that most of the liquidity is in those funds ends up being mortgage-backed securities, and the reason that is the way that it is right now is because you can flip it over to the Fed. If they're going to start not flipping mortgages like they have been, then you're going to, hey, what up, memes? But you're going to rapidly run into an issue where, like, I think a lot of these brokerage companies will rapidly run into an issue where, like, they don't have enough margin to actually do the transactions that they need to do.
Margin is one issue. If we're just talking about the Fed
and collateral, but yeah.
If we're just talking the issue about if the Fed can, or how much assets could the Fed theoretically hold on their books, they could ramp it up to 100. The reason they wouldn't is because that opens a completely different fucking can of worms. And if they're having to go to that point already, things are fucked and they know it. When it comes to where they should be, it should be below 30, bare minimum. It should only be around, I forgot who said this. Crap, the hell's that guy's name? Rich Dad Poor Dad has him on his channel a lot. But it should only be 2 to 3% above what the Fed needs to facilitate the markets in order to maintain a flow of liquidity. Anything above that, the Fed is basically operating as a dumping ground for bad assets, which, yeah, they can do, but it's not indicative of a healthy market. And if you don't let the market collapse like we should have back in 2008, and you continue down this process of stimulus, anything that goes bad or belly up becomes a toxic asset, you dump it off on the Fed, you're not letting the market correct. You're just kicking the can down the road. And the longer you do that, the deeper the hole is going to get. So when the Fed does have to taper asset buying, if you thought the 2008 collapse was going to be bad, yeah, guess what? Especially the retail investors. I mean, it's going to hurt the hedge funds and investment banks as well, but not nearly as it's going to hurt the people who have their money sitting in a money market fund or a mutual fund, especially with all these people about to retire. And if you really want to boil it down to brass tacks, the market's going to bust one way or the other. It's just, where is the pin going to drop on the balloon?
I mean, yeah. my thing. Wait. Here's another question. Here's another part you got to add into this. People are talking $150 a barrel oil.
And it wouldn't surprise me. I know the last measurement I saw was 120 by July, but if things continue to go south with Ukraine, I think it was Morgan Stanley said they could see 120 by the end of next month.
Let me inject some absolute insanity here.
You got a new guest. You have a new guest. Hang on.
Yay!
We are using StreamYards. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the channel. You have a wrench. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gets a wrench out this bitch. I mean, because, like, let's be honest here. I don't want anybody silenced. You know what I mean? I want nobody to give you the opportunity to silence you. Right? Welcome. You know what I'm saying? It is StreamYards. You know what I mean? Welcome. Drop a sub. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the fam. Go ahead, TK. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do y'all think about $150 a barrel oil? I'll be honest with you. I have a theory that the whole 2008 collapse was caused by $147 a barrel oil.
All right. So here's the super clown world here, and this is not me saying anything's going to anything, right? But all I'm saying is that if you adjust that peak oil price in 2008 for inflation, you get like $250 a barrel of oil.
That is actually true. Yep, I think it's like I think if you adjust it for 2018 numbers, it would be $287, $88 per barrel as of right now, or as of 2018. If we went back to 2008, 2009 peak oil, it's a ridiculous fucking number.
Right. Well, that obviously depends on what inflation numbers you want to be using. Like, if we start using the shadow stats numbers, like, we might be talking about like 500.
Yo, the memes, future oils contracts were at -40 a barrel because, like, we had too much production and nowhere to put it. It was actually costing them money to store oil that was being pumped out of the ground. Right. Yeah, that did happen, like, back in 2020, actually. I remember that. Me and Doku actually had a stream about that shit. That was right after coronavirus really started to take its toll, not because it was directly related to coronavirus, but more the response to it. But yeah, we hit -40, and I believe it was, I want to say it was March. Actually, yeah, it was right around this time last year of March 2019, I think.
Yeah, and like, weird artifacts like that do show up all the time in the stock market because they're derivative instruments. They're dumb math equations done on economic data that comes in, right? So, like, for example, I think it was inventory spreads where they're trying to figure out what the lead time and the delivery time is going to be on particular products that are going to be going in and going out. And for futures contracts that are like 6 months out, there's a negative lead time, because what's going on is you've got building inventory and dropping demand because people aren't buying as much. Now, I don't remember if that was oil specifically, but I remember hearing those inventory numbers come out either for oil, or it was probably consumer durable goods.
Yeah, it was for WTI crude, Brent crude, and I believe nat gas got hit by it as well, but not nearly to the degree that crude oil got hit.
Right.
Well, the problem with crude is like, there was just entirely too much supply and no demand. You know what I mean? So, like, it was just like there were tankers just sitting around being used as, like storage and shit. And, like, they were, like, fucking charging ridiculous amounts of money to fucking just, like, store the fucking oil as an in general thing. They had nowhere to fucking sell it to. They had no market. Every fucking market was closed. You know what I mean? Like, things were fucked up back then. But anyway, yeah. So now, we're back up. Where we at, Doku, right now? You're a fucking oil trader. Was it 100 and some change a barrel right now?
No, we actually went down on Friday. I believe I'll just pull up the number real quick. Just give me a moment. But I know we were in the high 90s or mid 90s for a while there. I think we're down back in the low 90s. Let's see. Commodities. WTI crude is currently sitting at $91.80. Brent oil is sitting at $93.80. So yeah, we're still above 90.
Yeah. The only thing that we really got to be looking at as far as oil in the immediate future is that, like, inventory in Cushing apparently just keeps getting really close to dry. Uncomfortably close to dry, but I think that's just because the delivery contracts are specific grades of oil.
It's funny because Cushing back in 2018 was hitting close to a max capacity.
Yeah. That is what happens when you have fracking oil, unfortunately. And then I had something else, but I lost it. I'm gonna let you all take over.
Like, I'm assuming, like, I don't know why this is actually happening. Like, yo, Doku, you want to explain what's going on with oil? Because I've completely missed this. I haven't been covering it at all. I didn't do any research. Fuck is going on with oil right now? Why is it at $93 a fucking barrel?
Well, go.
Oh, if you want to take it, TK, you're
God, Doku's a fucking oil trader. I want to hear from Doku's face.
Agreed.
All right. So all right, in that case, there's three fundamental factors that are going into what's driving oil price right now. The first one is the CPI numbers just keep coming out as being worse than expected, which of course people are going to speculate on. That's going to drive futures prices. But inflation aside, there's a lot of uncertainty in the market, and especially in the equities markets, and when there's uncertainty in equities markets, people usually either move to the bond market, but that's kind of crap because they're expecting interest rates to go up. So you might get some people moving to the bond market, but mostly they're going to start looking at commodities. And when you're talking about commodities traders, we really don't look at gold or silver anymore as trying to make money. That's a safe haven store of value. You might get some speculation in silver, but when you want to talk about trading something, the big popular thing on the market for commodities traders is WTI and Brent crude oil. So that's also driving the price up. And then it's been driven up by geopolitical factors as well. So you kind of have a trifecta of things that stand to drive prices even higher. Even if we don't have a war pop off with Ukraine, my target for oil for July for futures contract 6 months delivery is still going to be $120 to $121 at least. It might go higher than that because we're also going to have the driving season hit. And as much as the environmentalists hate to admit this, you still have to use a lot of oil, a lot more to produce all the your green power, your fuel, electric cars, all this type of stuff requires a lot of polymers and oil derivative products that go into it. So we're actually, by pushing this green energy movement, you're actually using more oil than if you just stuck with fuel efficient gasoline engines. So there's a lot of different factors that are going into it, but I would bet my pocketbook on you're not going to see $60 in oil or $60 a barrel oil anytime within the next 5 to 10 years.
I have a question for you, my brother. Is the I know, like, under Obama and Trump, it was like illegal to like sell petrol outside of the United States. That was like, we process here or whatever it is. Is that still a thing?
I don't know if it got rescinded. The only thing I know that changed in regard to those laws is that drilling on private land is now limited, and I think they completely banned drilling on government land. So there's a supply squeeze going on there as well.
Boy.
So
boy.
like right now I have a particular asset called MMTLP, which came from Torchlight Assets. I'm not going to get into the details of that one, but the big asset from them is sitting in a area in West Texas called the Oro Grande Basin, and drilling on that land is actually, it's required. They have to have at least 3 new wells drilled per year to stay in compliance with the private land assets. But that's pretty much the only place you're getting your oil. If you have oil reserves on government land, basically call that a wash. You're not going to be able to touch it. And with private lands, it's only lands that have already been basically greenlit for drilling and then pulling it out of the ground and then production. So we have a supply squeeze going on here in regards to that as well. So if anything, the laws have gotten tighter. I think Trump eased them up a little bit, but I don't think we can sell to foreign countries at this moment in time.
One thing I did want to ask you about there, you said summer driving season. I have heard that that actually oil prices, rather than the amount of driving going on for like vacations and such, it actually maps a lot better to like housing. Yeah. Like the number of houses under construction, because like that consumes like a shitload of energy.
Well, and so when we say summer driving season, a lot of people think it's like people going on vacation or driving their cars, and it's actually a lot from the construction industry, because we don't do nearly as much moving stuff around in the winter for obvious reasons compared to when the weather is actually good. You can just get a lot more work done in the spring and the summer. So it's really about the movement and transportations of goods more than anything else. There is some consumer aspect to it, but it's mostly industrially driven.
Yeah, I mean,
All
like,
right.
I'm sitting here reading this article from PBS right now, and like they're standing here saying that like there's been more new oil permits motherfucking approved in the past 2 years than back in like 2008 for like drilling on government land.
That where's do they cite their source on that one? Because that's not what Biden said.
The Interior Department. Like it was all kind of like a fucking political show. Is kind of where the mentality is.
Yeah, that's If that is indeed the case, then that basically would, to me, that would indicate that Biden said there's going to be no. That's probably contracts that were already pre-approved and just didn't get taken off the table. Because the last time I checked, Biden said he was going to suspend all new drilling on government land. So that's probably wells that were already ready to go. But if they say it's new drilling, honestly, I'm going to call BS on that one, because I read a lot of news that specifically involves drilling when it comes to oil. That's one of my bread and butter things to do. And the only place I'm seeing new wells come in is on private land or land that the government leased out.
Yeah. If I'm not wrong, there are specifically oil exploration companies. Well, there are exploration companies for every commodity, but I have heard, I haven't really followed this as much as you probably have, but I have heard that the exploration companies are getting absolutely reamed in this market because of all this ESG shit.
Yeah, no, it was funny because Torchlight was actually an oil and gas P&E company, and they were lucky enough that their lands got they got acquired by a company that's not in the oil and gas sector, so it got rolled over into a private company, and we're basically waiting on the assets to get sold off. But that was already greenlit and ready to go. But any company that specifically specializes in oil and gas production and exploration, they have not had a fun time. Like, unless you're already well established and you have contracts to lands that have the go ahead, they're fighting for business.
Like I'm reading about this right now at the moment, and like what it's saying is that like that was all just bullshit, right? It was all just like fucking show, you know what I mean, for the leftists when he came in.
I mean, you can say that, but like when these exploration companies are not reporting the same level of new starts as they used to, like it makes me think somebody's not being honest here, right?
Well, my guess would probably be these are probably contracts that were already on the table anyways. So
in negotiation or what?
6,000 new contracts.
Well, again, what is their definition of new here? Because like, remember that this is the administration that handled our port crisis by redefining what offshore meant.
I'd be willing to bet that what they're saying is that there's 6,000 new contracts that have been filed, but I would be willing to bet money the majority of that are contracts between assets that have not been sold or assets changing hands.
Nah, like, yo, literally, here's what they did. So like all right, check this out. This is exactly what they did. All right. What they did is they put a motherfucking moratorium on, you know what I mean, like the permits that were being the permits that were there right then, right? And they kicked them upstairs to higher administration officials, right? And then what they did was they raised the price, and then they continued to approve them. They just decided to make more money off of them. It's complete and utter bullshit. It was just a way for them to motherfucking
big asket.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the reason I say that this is probably contracts that were already on the table. Or
no, these are new contracts.
And let's also probably be real about something else here, is that something like I don't even most major banks have most major banks have signed on to ESG pledges, which sound like bullshit because they are bullshit, but it these pledges at least mean that they're in semi-binding agreements not to buy certain types of assets, and oil exploration is one of those. So, like, even if Biden is signing new contracts, like, if you don't have companies that are finding new oil because they don't have any startup capital, any investment money, this type of thing, then you're not going to get it. Like, you're not going to get the oil because energy is a very, very credit heavy industry.
Like how many of those motherfucking like small companies ended up getting owned by giant hedge funds, right? You know what I mean? Because like it, you know what I mean, like the people who were out here doing the fracking in the beginning and shit, because of the amount of money it took to be able to like get everything up to snuff and like
No, Tom, like that's actually what I'm saying is the problem is with these ESG regulations, they're not allowed to own some of these companies anymore.
Yeah, I'm backing you up. You know what I mean? I'm
Sorry.
going down on your shit.
And actually, did they say in that article if it was federal land or did they just say government land?
Federal land and government land. Yeah. So like I mean
so federal land is clear cut. Government land could actually be two things.
I know.
For example, like in the Oregon Basin, the largest government.
It could be state owned.
It could be state owned, but also
what I'm saying is
it's federal. Here's the other one.
It's federal land that they're drilling on. You have to understand, Doku, that like a lot of these people's talking points, like for instance, have you ever heard the argument that it's China Joe, right? That like Joe's like pro-China. Have you ever heard this argument?
Oh yeah, I've heard it all the time.
Is it real? Is it a real thing?
It's a half truth.
It's not a real thing.
Because it's a half truth.
Like Joe Biden basically doubled down on all of Trump's shit.
Well, yes, while like publicly cucking.
The reason I say it's a half truth is because we capitulate to China, but not in the way that people think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people say China Joe. Well, guess what? The only time Trump was really against China is when he wanted to incite a trade war, and guess what? That stimulated the economy, as opposed to popular belief. Oddly enough, it actually did stimulate the economy.
Oh yeah. The reason they got pissed off about it is because it was eaten into corporate profit margins.
Yeah,
and Trump saw it as effectively handouts for his base because that's what it was.
But Pino, the one point I was going to make previously is, weirdly enough, when you hear government land, one of the things you also want to look into, if it is state-owned, check to see if it's university land, because especially in Texas, and there's one other state, I think I forget, I want to say it's Oklahoma, but I think that's wrong. But a lot of universities actually use this land, and they'll allow drilling permits on it, but they'll also use it for...
Not only that, like the companies went to court and sued and beat the federal government, and now like they had to reopen motherfucking the fucking auctions and shit.
Yeah, so
it's bullshit, dude. Like this is like it's utter bullshit. All right, is what I'm saying. Like, it was just a political ploy to fucking stand there and shore up his base. And since the news didn't cover like the other side of the story the same way they covered his campaign promises, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's paying attention, and he got away with it. You know what I mean? It's kind of the deal. Like, you hear things, but like it's utter nonsense. It's kind of like where the mentality is. It's what my YouTube channel does, bro. I'm sorry.
Well, that's the thing. At the end of the day, even the people that are, I'm not going to say it's directly Biden, because let's be honest, Biden's kind of more of a rubber stamp president anyways, but the people that are running the government aren't dumb enough to actually make us 100% reliant upon OPEC. Like, they might do some dumb shit, but they're not that dumb.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that's kind of like number one, but number two, it's also just understand like a lot of things are just them being politically, you know what I mean? Like, fucking just trying to like play politics with certain issues, and like they're not really being honest about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's political theater.
Yeah, it's all theater, right? That's what it is. It's like the mask mandates and shit. They're just doing something because like people look at them and go, "Help us," and they go, "Wear masks." Like, I'm like they don't really have like a fucking thing. They don't have any fucking plan. Like, they don't have anything they can do, right? It's like the Fed, like, you need to curtail inflation. How do you curtail push through inflation? Like, how do you curtail like us losing the boomer workforce and young people not being able to like aren't number one aren't trained for the jobs, number two don't match the jobs, right? Because like boomers are like they were giant parts of like certain sectors of the economy that millennials and zoomers aren't interested in doing.
Well, the only thing you can do is you can kick the can down the road while trying to make the markets look good so that you can come out and say,
No,
look,
no,
the
no, no,
economy's
no.
great.
You're having inflation, right? Because like it's costing more money to get people to do these jobs, right? Like if you want somebody to come in and be a truck driver, right, who doesn't want to be a truck driver, you're going to have to pay them a lot of money because like they're not excited about Peterbilts and Kenworths and shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm a guy who like I don't give a fuck about what type of truck I drive as long as it runs. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're not going to get around that. So I mean, to be blunt, you're correct. The Fed doesn't really have a plan. The only thing the Fed can do is provide the illusion that everything's fine, and then when things actually really get to a worst case scenario, they can fuck it up somehow.
They're like, you need to raise rates. There's too much money in the system. Like that's not the problem. Like, you know, like the currency is not the problem at the moment. You know, I mean, this is not a currency issue. Like it's just not. Like, you know, modern monetary theory has some points, right? I'll be honest with you. And like the way they measure, you know what I mean, like where money goes is important, right? Like, yeah, we handed a whole bunch of money to people, right? And, you know, I mean, those people either saved it, spent it, paid off bills, whatever it might be, whatever they did with the money, right? But like, it doesn't really change the underlying economy of going like, well, we have a problem where like legitimately, you know, you motherfuckers have been holding down inflation through immigration and motherfucking price fixing for years, right? And now it's coming to a goddamn head because like the basic premise of like where, all right, so when you give money to the markets, right, they bring it out and the only time it ever goes back down into the people is through like loans, which then you'll see in things like college loans, or you'll see things like healthcare, or you'll see things like motherfucking housing prices, right? Because that's what you get loaned for. Auto loans, things of this nature, right? Commodities. But like you won't see them when it comes down to like the price of eggs and bread and milk and butter and meat, right? Like that doesn't hit. Like back in 08 and 09, there was no real inflation at the grocery store, right? Like, yo, there wasn't inflation in clothing or shoes. Like it just didn't happen, right? Like your basic goods that you buy every day didn't go up. Now the cost of rent did, the cost of houses did, the cost of motherfucking, you know, I mean, college loans did, the cost of like buying items that you have to take out credit for did, because that was money that got pulled out of nothing out of the markets where they put the money into. That's the problem that we're running into, right? Is that like, yo, you can take that money out of the top of the market, but you're just going to crash equities because equities have been asked to stand here and like fucking pay for everybody's retirement in the United States. And really, when it comes down to it, the Western world, when you raise interest rates, you're basically just going to crash the fucking economy. And like you're going to cause the top to hurt, which makes the bottom hurt because they're not going to be able to have any cash to be able to like pay anybody any more money, which makes everyone poorer on the back end and is going to fucking sit here and cause massive unemployment and disruptions of basic fucking economic functions. Like this doesn't make any goddamn sense.
That's the thing. It's a double-edged sword, but the problem is it's swinging both ways at the same time. I'll put it this way. A saying that gets said a lot, but I don't think people really give it the credit that it deserves, is when we state that the market is not the real economy. A big reason for that, and it's why like back in 2008, 2009, when you saw the banks get bailed out, you don't see inflation go crazy because a lot of that money that flows into the market, it rarely ever leaves the market, with the exception of loans coming from banks. And the majority of that money that does get lent out for a long enough extended period of time to really make an impact is for people starting up businesses or taking out mortgages. It's not people taking out 2-year car loans or paying off a little bit of student loan debt, unless you're just like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. And even that pales in comparison. But the vast majority of that money stays circulating within the equities markets. I mean, it's the reason that for the longest time, and Warren Buffett says this himself, so it's not just my opinion on this, if you want to make money, just buy the S&P, because the more money that continues to circulate throughout the S&P, it doesn't have to be like you have to cherry pick a great stock that's really cheap and it goes up. And even if you do, you sell that stock, and the vast majority of people turn around, they buy another stock that's cheap. You could just easily buy the S&P, sit on it for 30 years, and yeah, you'll have like $1 million off 1,000. Like, that's kind of the general idea of how the equity markets work and why they continue to inflate and continue to go up. All that money is centralized. It very, very rarely leaves, with the exception of what you were talking about, Pinoid, is when you have a massive amount of the population retire all at the same time, and they all demand their money to get paid out to them because they need it to live on.
Right. I mean, so like, I mean, this is a complicated thing. And like Shorty just said, like, she bought like, what was it? Fucking couple pounds of butter, 5 pounds of cheese, fucking sausages and milk. Right. Yes, that's a $40 bill. What did you expect that to be? Come on now. You know what I mean? Like, of course that's a $40 bill. Get the fuck out of here. That's always been a $40 bill. This isn't the 80s anymore. You know what I mean? Like, yo, come on, man. Listen, like, people think that, like, and here's the thing, like, here's the crazy thing. If you want people's pay to go up, you're going to pay more for goods. It's a basic thing. It's how it works. Labor is the largest piece of motherfucking cost for any company. Don't give a fuck what it is. Like,
that's the thing. If your input costs go up, you're going to have to charge more for products because you have to at least make a profit. If you don't make a profit, guess what? The business goes bankrupt and a bunch of people lose their jobs. In which case, there's a lot of people who don't have money to spend on anything, and there's also no more products. So you have two options, at least as far as our monetary system is concerned right now. Either it can continue to inflate, or it can go bust. Those are your options.
Okay, fed up Southern girl. Think about it. Think about what you just. I worked half a day for $40. Okay, that's fine. But what I'm telling you is the amount of food that you just literally bought can fucking sustain you for a week, right? You worked half a day for a week's worth of food. That's not bad. Shit. Like, that's not a terrible thing, right? That's equal. You know what I mean? That's what it should be, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what it should be in the end of the day. Like, don't get anything like fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, that's exactly what this should be. You know what I mean? So like, don't stand here and think like you're all like outside the pocket. I can't live a week on butter, milk, and cheese and sausage you bought. You can too. You fucking can too live on milk, cheese, and butter and sausage for a week. 100%. Right.
I mean, you're probably not going to have real consistent bowel movements.
5 pounds of cheese.
Yeah. You're not going to have real consistent bowel movements with all that shit. But yeah, you can live. I would hope that if you're spending $40, you'd find somewhere in there the $2 to get some eggs as well.
I mean, as long as you have fat and protein, you're good. Like,
don't need how much is a pound of cheese? What, $4? Something like that.
Thereabouts.
Decent cheese.
Depends on if you get the good stuff or not.
I mean, so 5 pounds, that's a 20 right there, right? You bought some sausage. I'm assuming that was like $5. You know what I mean? You're at $25 fucking dollars. You know what I mean? You bought 2 pounds of butter. I mean, I don't know what butter runs in your neck of the woods, but like a pound of butter for me is like $3. So there's $6 there. You know what I mean? Plus you bought milk. So, you know what I mean? Like, that puts you in at least a $30 range. You know what I mean? Like, you're fine. Like, there's nothing outside of the norm about that. You bought 5 pounds of fucking cheese. Who the fuck buys 5 pounds of cheese unless you're stocking up? You know what I mean? Like, yo, it's not that much money.
Since we're on this conversation, I know this is one that the Bernie bros always love to bring up, so I just want to touch on it. When it comes to prices of goods, especially commodities, specifically when we're talking about, as Joshua brought up, things like lumber, or as Southern Girl brought up, things like food, like cheese, sausage, whatever, prices are always a leading indicator. Wages always follow. You're never going to see wages rise faster than prices. It's always been that way. The only reason wages go up is because people end up demanding more money because they need more money in order to buy basic necessities. You will always, and history backs me up on this one, you will always see prices rise to their absolute peak before they break out of equilibrium, before people start demanding more money to bring the prices back towards equilibrium. And that is just a core principle of how the economy works.
Here's the problem that you run into when you're talking about a national system and then you have a localized workforce. you're going to see sometimes where, like, if you have a localized workforce providing for a national system and you run low on workers, wages may rise faster than motherfucking inflation, like they did here.
Well,
Right.
yeah, there are instances, more localized instances where that rule can be broken, but you will see it fall back into equilibrium. It's just the one you're describing happens to be in reverse because you're providing for a larger system outside of it. So you actually end up reaping the benefits in that term because you can actually front load, and you won't have the value of your commodities eroded as quickly in the same way. But it will find a way back to equilibrium. It's just it sucks in the short term.
Well, let me say this. Like we deliver all the goods to your neck of the woods, right? Like all the stuff that comes down to you comes from us, right? From my area, because like all of the trucks have to come through my area in order to go to you like they come to us first, and then it goes to a warehouse, then it goes to you, or it goes to a rail and then goes to you, you know what I mean, in your warehouses, whatever it is. So like literally, like, so we're providing all of your shit, and we provide all the transportation and warehousing for your shit. So when everybody else was like out here losing their mind, not knowing what to do, we were earning $38 an hour at fucking Amazon, or like, like
that's because you guys have to get paid first. Because if you guys don't get paid and the work doesn't get done, guess what? It doesn't end up on my shelf. It's the same way. Like if you went to a grocery store and tried to buy it, let's just say you want to go buy a bag of corn. It's going to be a lot more expensive than just going directly to the corn farmer and offering them $100 for a bag of corn. It's going to cost you $120 if you bought it at the grocery store, because you have to take into account you're paying the farmer to plant the seeds, grow the corn, harvest it, and then sell you the bag, as opposed to then also pay the driver, pay the warehouse worker, pay the guy who's going to stock the shelf. That's just going to increase the price because you have to. Those people have to get paid.
Fed up Southern girl. How do you think I feel? I eat like steak 6 days a week because like I have to have lean meats, right? And you know what I mean, like high protein shit. So like I swap out protein for carbs in everything I eat, and like you can't just eat hamburger because it's disgusting, right? You know what I mean? And like no bread, so like you have to have like a decent cut of meat. Either it's like pork chops or fucking steak, or maybe like a piece of chicken. And if you don't like cook that properly, it's not going to taste well. So like I eat fucking steak usually like 6 days a week. So I usually spend on average about $130, $140 a week on meat just for me. Not even the rest of my family, just me. Like, yo.
I'm probably solidly half that, but that's also because instead of eating steak, 5 times a week, I eat steak like once or twice a week. I eat a lot of ground meat, but that's because like I have a stomach thing where ground meat is better for me because I don't have to digest it as much. And then, I also eat like probably much more canned meat than I really should, but I do.
Ballistic Zero, we used to call that skiing, right? And I'm saying put skis in front of you to pull them towards you, right? But yeah, I'm saying, like, how do I put this, man? Where were we at? Oh yeah, fucking yeah. So like literally like people at like Sheetz and Wawa around here were like, and Rudders were getting, and they're still getting $23 an hour to work at a fucking gas station. Like we're fucking good out this bitch. You know what I mean? Like, our labor has increased like to the point where like we can keep up with somewhat with inflation, not with housing. Housing has gotten out fucking outrageous and shit. Like we don't know what to fucking do about the housing situation. But anyway, yeah, the Fed raising interest rate is not going to help anything. I mean, it will if they let the process go through, but they're just going to try and hold up the fucking housing market. So like the fucking banks still have assets because the majority of their goddamn fucking loans are based off of MBS products that, let's be perfectly honest here, should be worth about a quarter of what they really are.
Even that sounds a little bit generous if you ask me.
The Fed owns 40% of the fucking housing market. How the fuck is it possible that like MBS, like these fucking banks are still operating? Like they should have been fucking fell down. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, you're preaching to the choir on that one. I've been saying for the longest time, even back when I started investing in 2009, sure, it made me a lot of money, but I can still recognize the fact that all you did was prop up a market that was well overdue for a correction. And instead, you set up what should have been a correction, and you set it up for a collapse. Mortgage-backed securities should never been a thing anyways. There's certain, I understand the fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? The allure, the temptation of derivative assets. But you come to me and say, like, oh, I'll sell you a derivative asset for gold or silver or real estate or any of this. I'm not buying a commodity for a derivative asset, dude. I don't want the rights to something. Like, maybe an options trade on a stock is about as far as I'll go. Mortgage-backed securities never should have been a thing to begin with. And the fact that they were is the reason that the housing collapse in 2008 even happened, because you had a bunch of fucking bankers who basically don't understand jack shit about economics. You're thinking, oh, the housing market will continue to go up forever, till it doesn't.
What is your opinion on gold royalty companies? Or, well, royalty companies for commodities in general?
It depends on the commodity. So if we're gonna go with gold, if it's royalties from a company where they have gold in the ground that they haven't mined yet, and then you'll get royalties on what's been mined, that's one thing. But that's about the only one I will touch. Everything else outside of that, that's a derivative, and I can just turn around and buy the physical tangible asset. There's no reason to go ahead and buy royalties from a company that's already sitting on gold. That's why I might swing trade GLD or SLV if I really think that it's going to have a nice week, but that's about it.
Yeah. It's just that I saw some fixed income guys were going crazy about it because, like, they've got a couple of them that are basically made so that they're price insensitive to gold. They just, as long as somebody is selling, they're going to be making money off those sales. But I hadn't really looked into it all that much, but yeah.
If you're gonna get into a company like that, you want to do it before it's actually really hit the market and people start talking about it, because that's the only way you're gonna really make profit. Because if you're buying in, you're already paying a premium, and chances are, like, even if you do end up making money on something like that, it's not even close to what you could make in other areas. That is really something you have to be in on the ground floor if you're gonna, print money with it.
Yeah. And that actually leads me into the next thing that I was going to ask you about. Specifically, like, the fact that at this point, I don't think it's a controversial statement to say fixed income is dead, right?
Yeah, I don't go with fixed income. The closest I get to that is I have a couple of monthly dividend paying stocks that I just roll back into and do the dividend reinvestment thing, but that's as close as I get. I'm not going to touch like a cash deposit or anything like that. One, because what they pay me just isn't fucking worth what the capital would be, as opposed to, again, turning around and buying something like QYLD, which is a covered call ETF against I believe that one's the NASDAQ, and they're paying me 11% annually, and I get paid out in monthly installments. Like, why the hell am I going to buy a cash deposit when I would have to drop 3 times the amount of money just to get even anything close to what they're giving me? It's archaic. It's the same way mutual funds, in my opinion, are archaic. You don't need them. You can buy ETFs.
Yeah. What I was more angling there was, like, the bond market is almost all just institutions at this point, right?
Oh yeah, the only way I would go near bonds, again, I would buy a high risk bond ETF for a high yield. But again, you don't need to when you have covered call option ETFs. Like, I don't even look at the bond market outside of using it as an economic indicator.
Yeah. It's just that, like, one of the most interesting ideas for crypto that I've seen is basically a completely automated, algorithmic bond market for basically a completely neutral, self-executing sovereign bond market. And I didn't know whether or not you thought that would actually make any fucking difference or not.
Crypto's a little bit of a different animal. I know they're trying to do the crypto ETFs now. It's still going through a regulatory phase. We'll see what happens with that. I still view crypto as I'm not going to go as far as to say it's gambling, but it's pretty.
No,
damn
no.
close.
Like as in the actual ledger technology.
Oh,
Like
okay. I get
to make a self-executing bond, right?
Yeah,
Sovereign bond.
Yeah, that's actually one. You could think of it that way. Actually, I've never.
Right.
I haven't. But that's. I'm not going to disagree with it.
Like I'm not saying this exists now. I'm saying like, does that sound like something that could fix some of the issues with the way we have bonds right now? Because like, in order for people to be encouraged to save again, they need to be able to like put down their money and not think about it and get a couple percent interest, right?
Well, that's basically what staking is for crypto right now, where you can.
Right.
It's
Right.
that-
If you are willing to take the uncertainty that's being in crypto. But
like,
yeah.
yeah.
I
If
mean,
you can suck up the
problem.
volatility.
Well, I mean, this is the problem with like staking as an in general thing, right? Is that like, so crypto is only based off of the premise that like money is like cheap, right? That's the only reason that crypto exists, is because of the fact that like currency is just so inexpensive and credit is so inexpensive. Like when you have 0% interest rates and the market is flooded with cash, crypto works. But if you have higher interest rates and cash is not so available and the currency stronger, then crypto stops existing.
Yeah. What I'm saying is like digital ledger technology, not like Bitcoin specifically. Because like with digital ledgers, and this is why you see so much KYC, know your client or cover your ass, however you want to put it, with Bitcoin right now and all this type of nonsense, because the banks are trying to make themselves not be innovated around. Because like, just as an example here, there are so many ETFs that could just be an algorithm, right? You and at that point, why do you have a management fee if it's just clicking a button and a computer flipping digits whenever it has a certain input? And then you propagate that against any number of different financial services. Like it is entirely possible that like crypto puts out of business all of these companies just because it is no longer necessary for humans to be communicating with each other to figure out this problem, because it's all algorithmically done. Now, I think that's probably massively overly optimistic, but I do think if you sell people on, all right, this credit instrument, this bank, whatever it is, it runs on an equation. You always know it's going to happen. If you give it a X, Y, and Z, it will come out C, right?
Well, to some degree, that already exists. And it's part of the reason that the SEC and the IRS are putting their eyeballs on crypto as well. Is there are algorithms that trade, and it's because things like Coinbase and Binance exist, that you can use algorithms to trade things like Bitcoin or Ethereum.
Yeah.
But the big banks aren't doing it yet because the SEC doesn't have necessarily solid regulations in regards to how that would be done. So rather than going that route, they're trying to go the ETF route, which is something. And honestly, it's actually kind of a smart way to tap into the market. But given enough time, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that come into fruition. And honestly, it would be profitable if you're able to get it at the right time. But it would kind of undermine the whole purpose of crypto anyways. So the risk you run is that people dump Bitcoin for something that's not centralized, because that's really what they're trying to do. Is they're trying to take something decentralized and centralize it, because as you stated, the banks don't want to get circumvented, and they're going to do anything they can to make profit, and crypto is a huge threat to that.
Oh yeah, and well, it's not even that they're being completely circumvented. It's that like, if all of the ledger, because here's the number one thing that people keep forgetting: blockchain technology is a digital decentralized ledger. That's it. That means it's an Excel spreadsheet that everybody can pull up. That is useful for things, and specifically that handles like 80% of the services
Kamaro,
that you get.
wait, Kamaro, if you want to come join, like, hit that StreamYard link. That's where we're at right now.
Gotcha.
Sorry, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man.
Right. So, like, that's 80% of the services that banks do right now is just operate ledger entries. Like, that is what fractional reserve accounting is, and all these accounting standards are. So, what the banks really, really, really don't want to do is they don't want to have to give up all that bookkeeping so that they have to do the job that they're supposed to do, which is go out there and figure out who is worthy of getting a loan and who is not.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think they're going to have a choice, because I know people talk about automation and everything replacing the actual worker, and technology is getting to the point where, guess what? Automation caught up with you. Now, if they adopt it, it could technically be beneficial because you can expand your profit margin. You don't need as many people, but that's also bad for a lot of people as well. So you will see two sides of the coin, one that's for it and one that wants to fight against it. And the big one you're seeing that's actually for it right now is, ironically enough, the Fed.
What up, man?
Hey,
how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Como?
Hey, thanks for letting me come on. So, are you for automation or against automation, or are you like, let's do automation, but let's tax the robots?
Robots don't buy goods, right? So, like, you can't really just have robots.
The thing is, I'm neither for or against it. Automation does increase productivity, and the more productivity we have, the more excess that we have. And usually speaking, when you have things in excess, society tends to do well, unless you spend too much time on TikTok. But that point aside,
guilty as charged.
But that point aside, and the one I like to bring up is with that level of automation, you still have to have people who can build the robots, they can maintain them, they replace them when parts break. So you will see new jobs pop up around automation. So in the short term, yeah, it can kind of be painful, but long term, I'm actually more, I guess I would say I'm more for it.
Would the jobs provided by the robots outweigh the jobs lost? And would those jobs have like an education gap to acquire them, to get the skills?
Education gap most definitely, but that would be something along the lines of, rather than having a high school degree, unless you start teaching, the stuff you would teach in a trade school, and you start teaching that to high school graduates, you'll have a slight education gap, sure, but in that sense, you would have, say, the person who has to design the robot, sure, they're probably going to have to go to a 4-year college and get a engineering degree, but the guy that's just maintaining it, making sure it's well oiled, making sure it's running under acceptable parameters, you could teach that to high school kids. It wouldn't be that difficult. It's just that would require more of a revamp of the education system.
Would that be like a more competitive job market? Because would there be only a select number of people to do that, or do you think there would be enough to would some people just have to be unemployed?
Well, I think you're getting into
right. Ain't that the issue really run into? In the end of the day, you run into the problem of where you would have a large portion of your population be unemployed, and it would be a very bad portion of them that would be unemployed. Right. It's not like it would be the intelligent individuals who would be the ones who are unemployed, like the ones who are going to be super productive, sitting at home creating shit, or, being artists. It would more likely be that you'd have individuals with an IQ less than 100 would be the individuals who would all be unemployed. So you would end up with a massive amount of your, how do I put this, less intelligent workforce be useless to you. And
right. Could you sorry, before I said tax the robots, but I meant the excess funding, not the excess funding, the excess capital that is somewhat made because there's a robot that is doing the work versus a worker who would, get paid salary plus,
all right. So there is
sorry, my bad.
There is no excess that is created from automation. what happens is that you reduce the input costs, right? Because the singular highest cost for anything to produce is going to be labor. So you reduce the labor, you reduce the input cost, that increases the efficiency. That does not mean more things are created. What happened is that the same amount of things was created using less inputs. That is different because, like, yes, that does free up the labor. And as long as there's something else for that person who was now free to do, yeah, you get more productivity. But that's because what's happening is that you're using the same amount of labor to do more stuff because you changed what people were doing. But that's not the same thing as it creating excess any more than, like, you I don't know what a good way to put this would be. Tom, you want to help me on this one?
Like, it's not going to end up having more things recreated. It would just be like more stuff would be, it would just be the same amount of stuff created for like a lower cost, right? So like it wouldn't be any more profit in the end of the day.
Yeah, like if there was like automated heavy haulers at oil sands or like petroleum sites, you wouldn't have the cost of people needing to operate them and being paid, right? But you'd still be producing the same amount of petroleum.
Yeah, that it's the idea of finite resources, where it and the when TK said it's efficiency as opposed to excess is actually 100% correct, because at the a good example would be you can only grow so much wheat or so much corn on 1 acre of land. It's more how expensive is it to plant it, water it, and then harvest it. With automation, it almost always becomes cheaper than if you're using manual labor.
Right, right. And then at that point, if the government was like, "Hey, we're going to put a robot tax," what would be the point of even having the robots?
Well, it's not even that. And again, this is one of those things where, like, it's multifaceted, and it depends on what you're talking about and how it, like, buttresses up against your population. Like, it's important how quickly whatever automation that you have is rolled out, because, like, just as an example, if we whiz bang tomorrow had like 1000% Elon Musk full self-driving AI, which I don't think is going to happen in our lifetimes, but just like hypothetical here, right? Just because you have that doesn't mean you have to put it in everything immediately. Like, if what you do is instead you just go, all right, we're not going to train any more drivers. And, you know, for however many drivers retire, we just start putting one of these back on the road. You can actually have a transition that is humane. You just have to, like, not only be obsessed with, like, driving down your costs, which is what the only way the system has stayed together this far, is by just continually driving down costs. Matter of fact, I do believe for the last however long, the justification for not using anti-monopoly laws has been that the prices are lower.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, Amazon gets better container ship rates if they control almost 100% of the online market. And so they're able to be cheaper, at least initially.
Do you guys support like unions, like people wanting to unionize at Amazon?
Tom?
Yeah. I'm 100% supportive of individuals who want to go make more money. Like, how do you build a middle class through like getting middle class wages, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm like really anti-automation when it comes down to it, because like I live in a Rust Belt, you know, and like I saw firsthand like what happened when the steel industry was like, you know, I mean, first shipped over to China, and then like the car industry was mostly a lot of the jobs are automated. And if you go look at pictures of like Cleveland or Baltimore or, you know, I mean, like, I don't know, Philadelphia or, you know, Erie or any like Buffalo, any of these places where automation actually like really kicked in, we're not really good at taking care of individuals on the backside of these type of things. You know.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about like what would happen if, say, like because before, Tom, you were talking about like the percentage of the population that would just be like unemployed and low IQ rate or whatever. What do you think would happen to them? Like, what if they can't work or they can't, get jobs or anything? What would happen to that percentage of the population?
Well, the same thing that's happening now. They're hunted, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like that's what's going on inside of like the reason why, like in like the hoods and whatnot, like the problems are what they are is because of the fact that they have debt. Right. Like, for instance, you know what I'm saying? Like the number one, like reason why, like, or the number one predictor of an individual being in a crime is whether or not they have child support debt. Right. And like, if you leave jail with a child support debt, you're going to go back to jail 4 more times on average. Right.
Mhm.
It's like, that's just a fact of life. And so, like, if we don't eliminate like the debt on the backside of individuals who, are, I mean, like forced out of jobs. Like, for instance, if like when we closed down all those factories in Kentucky and West Virginia that were producing coal and whatever, right? If we would have went to them and went, all right, look, you don't owe any property tax, you don't owe any more mortgage, there's no more bills on the back of your head. You guys go and grow some food, handle your business, and then rejoin the economy on, in like 10 years or so or whatever. Like once, like you build your community back up to where it needs to be, life would have been better. But we didn't do that. Like, we just kept demonstrating like in a normal part of society as if they were still middle class. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. You can't, like, you're still middle class. Like, we're going to treat you like we treat everybody else. It's like Detroit. Detroit has the same amount of government that they had when the fucking car factory was booming back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they still have to pay for all that. You know what I mean? And so, like, every time somebody, like, for instance, like if in most of the like Rust Belt, like if you want to build like say like a porch on your house or something, right? Like I had a buddy of mine, he bought a house like to rent out or whatever, and the plow came through in the wintertime and knocked the steps down, and he hired a local guy to rebuild the steps, and because he didn't pull the permit, they came through and fined him like $30,000 for not pulling a fucking permit for the fucking steps that the plow knocked over that the fucking city did. Right. Yeah. And this is what these cities do. They become completely corrupt and like do whatever they can do to get any ounce of money out of the people they can and destroy any chance that anybody has to come back up.
Do you think that like the cost of education has to somehow go down? If like, do you think the cost, because has the value of an education changed in 50 years other than the price of it?
The cost of the education needs to skyrocket in terms of parental labor.
What does that mean?
It means teach your own fucking kids.
Right. I meant like I guess I meant like colleges or whatever.
Like, yeah. Well, here's the problem. Well, here's the problem with colleges, right? When it really comes down, like, why do you have to go through 2 years of like humanities bullshit and liberal arts courses in order to get a fucking engineering degree? Like, why aren't we teaching you to be an engineer from the jump? Like, why aren't you immediately in engineering 101?
A big problem with that.
Why aren't you in engineering 101 in high school?
Oh, that's another big social issue that we have. Another big social issue we have is that there is this sort of elitist mindset about like, oh, you have to have a college degree. Like everyone has to have a college degree. If you go back 50, 60 years, the majority of the population didn't have a college degree because we didn't need one. And now we have a bunch of people going to college because they want to say, I have a master's or I have a bachelor's, but it's in something absolutely worthless. And they put themselves in debt. And because colleges know that, because there is this sort of positive stigma around it, that kids will go to college simply because they don't know what the hell they want to do. They've never really done anything of substance in their life. I come from an area where I know plenty of people like that, but they'll go into $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 worth of debt just to say they have that degree. And come out and it's like, oh, nobody wants to hire me. It's like, okay, well, I'll make a business for myself. This is where you see like the sensitivity readers or the diversity hires, the HR hires, stuff like that. And because colleges know that, they can just rack the price up. It's become a for-profit business. It's really not a necessity. If at any time, more now than ever.
Right. So fuck college.
Honestly, if you're going to go to college, to be blunt, I'm going back to college right now because I'm getting a data center management certificate. It's only 2 years. I have all the electives done. I have half the basic classes done. I don't have to do the basic math or English or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's literally 6 classes for an $80,000 a year job, and all I'm doing is managing a data center. If you're gonna there's no reason to go to school for a 4-year degree in history unless you plan on becoming like a professor. And if that's what your passion is and that's what you want to do, I mean, by all means, go for it. But that's not the vast majority of kids that are going to a 4-year university right now.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean,
let's also be real here about like education costs the prime years of a young person's life. I understand we want them trained, but I think we'd be much better off teaching them how to teach themselves at a younger age and then just kind of pointing them in the direction that they show aptitude at.
TK, I just want to say something real quick because I know, Pinoid, you wanted to say something too, but I just have to say this because it drives me up the fucking wall. One of the things I hear from my parents' generation about going to college and take out a student loan and this and that, it is because, oh, well, you need to go for the experience. Like, what experience? They're talking about the college experience. You know, live in a dorm, go out and have fun, make friends. It's like, that's not why I'm paying $40,000. Like, you're paying $40,000. Like, am I paying $40,000 to drink? Like, I went to West Virginia University for 1 semester. And the reason I quit and went to go work, and I went to go work on a fucking farm, was I'm not paying $40,000 a year to get drunk and make friends. Like, I'm not going to put myself in debt for that shit.
All right. You want to know where that mindset comes from? Like, or is this you venting, or are you asking a question?
I mean, I know to some degree where the mindset comes from, but for me, it was more of, this is a really bad financial decision.
Oh, definitely. So for those who are curious, real rough sketch up of the situation there is that the boomers and to some degree the Gen X got in at the base level on an education credential bubble, right? Where it very quickly got to the point where people just had degrees in useless bullshit everywhere, but there was a time lag between when everybody got those degrees and when employers realized that they were useless, right? There was a delta there. And so what happened was that all of those people all of the boomers who got useless management degrees, they got high paying jobs, and then they didn't put 2 and 2 together, that they just happened to be the camel that got its nose under the tent, and that the 20 other ones weren't going to have the same situation. They just told their kid to do what they did, and they just parrot what, the richer people in their generation do. And the richer people in their generation say, when they say they go for the experience, what they mean is they're going there for networking, meaning they meet, the other people who are going to make up, the ruling class of that generation, because that's what those elite colleges do. And by the way, I'm just going to say this, even if you're a regular dude, like if you're able to get into an Ivy League school, that's probably worth the debt, because like that is you buying a lottery ticket on whether or not you happen to just sit by and help homework with the next Bill Gates, right? Or more likely Justin Trudeau.
Hey, do any of you where are you guys in scale of I guess are a lot of you guys working class? Or a lot of you guys upper class? Like, where would you say you stand kind of on that? Like, where are you guys?
This is the white trash no state. All right, legitimately, like this is literally this is the white trash no state, like 100%. Right, that's what this channel is really about. You know what I mean? Like my Discord is called the Trash No State. Like everybody here is pretty much working class individuals. You know what I mean? Like none of us.
You guys say you're like poor. Like,
Well,
are you guys like
poor.
paycheck to paycheck?
No. Like,
If
well,
you make less than $250,000 a year, you're paycheck to paycheck.
yeah.
Like
Factually speaking, if you're not making,
I make 6 figures a year and I'm still broke on a regular basis.
yeah, but if you're talking about like culturally, I have shown up to work with a collared shirt with no sleeves.
Damn, 6 figures a year, still broke. What? Why do you think that is? Just the price of life.
I got 7 kids.
You have 7 kids?
Yeah, I got 7 kids.
How?
Yo, because man, like I was
Did they all
born
come out what it was? Did they all come out at what?
I was born in the side of a mountain and then raised in a homeless shelter, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, like your pussy is, you know what I mean, something that comes easy to me, you know what I mean? And therefore, like you end up making a bunch of kids coming through.
Well, were you at like 4th kid? You were like, man, maybe I should cool it.
After the 3rd one, I was like, yo, maybe I should cool it. But like, you know, like you fall in like a bad
How are you
situation.
surviving with 7 kids, man? That's crazy.
Yo, it's not that difficult. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like you just, you know, keep putting one foot.
I think what Pino's admitting to us is he had an addiction.
Yeah, legit, man. Legit.
Wait, so like if you have 7 kids and you're feeling broke, are you guys real like, yo, let's eat the rich? Let's eat the rich.
Nah. Like, I'm never just about like eat the rich. It's just more like I feel like there's something in our society that we should do away with. Like, for instance, property taxes should like go the way of the dodo bird, right? I think we should institute national sales tax. I think that, you know, like we should, you know, I mean, be on a level of where, you know, we're teaching children to be more self-sufficient. Right. You know what I mean? Like, you know, because as I said, like I make 6 figures a year. So like I'm still okay. You know what I mean? Like I got 3 cars, a house, you know what I mean? Like all that shit. Like I'm good. You know, I'm still struggling, you know what I mean, as far as like money's concerned every week. But then again, my child support stops March 5th. Right. So I'm okay. You know what I mean?
I'll just say this one, man. If your goal is to make money and you want to get rich and you're more than happy with throwing aside any morals, go into politics.
Yeah, what do I got to do if I want to become really rich, man? And what do I got to do? What do I got to do right now to become really rich?
You got to be black and try to assassinate a Democrat politician.
Yo, I'm saying, like, have your cousin or your brother, you know what I'm saying, like, fight with a cop and like get high on meth and die. Right, that might help you a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you guys are half correct. You need to know that person so that you can advocate on their behalf and get a bunch of people to donate money to you, and then you can go buy a mansion.
And probably mutilating your genitals probably wouldn't help your case. Hurt your case. Sorry.
Okay, those are the options for me. What do I got to do? What else?
So if you're not willing to throw aside your morals and go into politics and just say whatever people want to hear to get your ass elected, because you know that's one way to get rich. We have an entire 3 generations now of politicians have proven that's a solid strategy. If you're not willing to grift people and create a Ponzi scheme, honestly, dude, start learning about finances, start learning about investing, and if you're in a position where you can save money, even if it's like $20-$30, just forgo going out to eat, cook your own food, live as frugally as possible for the first 10 years of your life and invest it.
Hustle.
We're betting against the market this year, right? We made a shit ton of money like in 2020, like a fuck ton of money. Like legit.
The reason I give you that advice is because if you're gonna go that route, you need money to make money, and if you don't understand how the financial markets work, you're gonna lose that money that you saved.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, yo, bet against the market this year. I'm in VIX and short ETFs right now. You know what I mean? Like, yo, we're gonna ride this motherfucker down because there's a demographic crisis happening throughout the West.
Is Dogecoin gonna go to the moon?
No, there's no chance.
Fuck. I should have sold it at 70 cents. I should have sold it at 70 cents, man.
I did. I wrote it from 8 cents to 72, got out. And then
I was at 4 cents and was at 70, and I just was like, I'm in this for the meme. and I just did not do it.
Oh, you got trapped in that.
I was like,
you
let's
can-
keep the meme alive.
So let me
You
let me
can
give you
be
one
in it
piece of
for the
advice.
meme,
I
like
was only at, like
at
5 minutes
half
in,
your.
so it's not that big of a deal.
You can
No.
be in it for the meme at half your original position, bud.
That was
And
true.
see,
I
that's
made
TK.
I made
TK
what,
said
like,
exactly.
fucking $9,000. I made $9,000 off of Dogecoin and shit. Like, yeah, we killed it. Like, real
Well,
shit.
And TK said exactly what I was going to say, just in a different way. If you're in it to make money, never be afraid to take profits. If something goes up 100%, you still want to be in it for a meme, take half of it off the table. You got your initial investment back, and you keep the meme going.
So
But
I'm still up. I'm still up on Dogecoin. You think I should just pull out right now?
I'm
I
not going to
would.
tell you what to do. This is not financial advice. But if
I
you're up
I
on
wouldn't
profits,
say right the fuck now, but like look at the chart and try to get out on an upswing.
oh, and that's the thing. You don't have to be all in or all out at the same time. Like if you're up and you want to take some profits and put it somewhere else if you think there's a good opportunity. Like no one ever got poor by taking profits.
So where do you think there's more money in me grifting, being like a Dave Rubin, or like a Tim Pool, or like should I try to go full SJ Dub? Where do you think more money's at?
Oh, if you're gonna go the
For
grifting
you
route,
specifically, yeah, you got to go the Dave Rubin route because like unless you got a real obvious tribe going on, that they're just going to freaking eat you on the left.
I have a question.
Why
I have a
would they
question.
eat me?
How do you feel about knit hats? And do you have a mongoloid head if you shaved your dome?
It's flat on the back.
I mean, like, do you have a circular mongoloid head? Because then you could be Tim Pool if you have a circular mongoloid head.
The back of my head's kind of flat. I have a flat head.
You also
got-
need a fence post to be shoved directly up your asshole.
Yeah, so you could be a milquetoast fence sitter. You know, that's important.
Who do you guys like in terms of like alternative media like that? Who do you guys like enjoy?
Mold bug.
Moldbug. Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin.
Curtis Yarvin. Who's that?
Exactly.
Yeah, Mencius Moldbug. He's the guy who invented the red pill.
Oh, nice.
He's a guy I follow. Peter Zehan, another guy I like following.
Curtis Marv Bug.
Yarvin.
Kurt,
Yarvin. His alias is Mencius Molebug because he published under like a pseudonymous thing for a long time until people figured out who he is. He used to be like a fucking computer programmer and a professor, I think. I've got one of his old like comp sci lectures on my watch later list on YouTube. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Right. He's I just went on Wikipedia. I mean, I assume you guys will hate
Oh
that.
yeah, checking out the Antifapedia there.
Yeah. How do you they're like talking about his libertarianism, his views on race, alt-right.
He's Jewish.
Right.
he's a Jew. He's like his grandparents
Love
came
him.
here as like communist Jews, right? Who espoused extreme communist ideologies. He was a legacy admit at Brown University, right? Like he's literally part of the upper class.
Yeah, probably an honorable mention here is going to be fucking Michael Malice.
Oh, nice. You like
Michael
Malice?
Mouse
He always looks like what's that guy's name who's in Bill and Ted?
Yeah,
Does he look like that guy?
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you guys like this Curtis guy Yarvin? How did he make the red pill?
He was the first person to use that terminology in reference to like political events specifically.
ideologies.
Yeah, like it, and he invented the meme of it, right?
What makes you guys like him so much?
He's very accurate in at least describing the mechanisms of a lot of these systems. It's like he's a Ted Kaczynski who was born on the inside and like understood it from the jump.
Well, like, all right, so like he came up with the ideology of the cathedral, right? And the cathedral is basically academia plus the media. If you read a guy named James Burnham, he wrote a book called The Managerial Revolution. And basically it's the premise that the original owners of like this country, like the aristocracy and shit, were landowners. And as the Industrial Revolution happened, like they had all these businesses that, I mean, they invested in and started and these type of things, but they weren't really smart enough and technically savvy enough to run. They weren't, like engineers and shit, and their kids weren't engineers.
Yeah.
So basically what they did is like, like they had like a whole bunch of managers run these type of businesses. And then managers basically took over the government, the media, and, most of these companies. And these elite universities train all these managers. Right. And like the elite universities like Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Georgetown, NYU, Cambridge, they write the actual curriculum for the rest of the colleges throughout the country, which is why everybody has the same ideology coming out of any college in the United States. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're all put into management like throughout like the, throughout the country, whichever company it is, whether it's the media, whether it's the government. And like this is the ideology of the cathedral. And the media has what's known as a monopoly on access to the government. Like the old school media, New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, whatever. And they're basically a mouthpiece for the government because they're literally part of the system. You know what I mean? And so therefore they espouse whatever the system, kind of needs. And it's like, that's the ideology of the cathedral.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's a really cool premise as in a general thing to understand the way the power structure operates in the oligarchy in the United States, a decentralized oligarchy.
Yeah.
It's basically he's laying out the groundwork for establishing a modern day aristocracy, and it only takes a whopping 2 generations to do it.
Well, not like
Right.
it's been happened, but he's just explaining how power actually works and why like everybody goes, it's the Jews, it's it's the Bilderbergs, it's whatever, like, and it's not true, right? It's a decentralized thing, like there is no head to cut off.
Right. Like basically he goes out of his way to try to explain how it is that like you see the same shit come out of these people everywhere they are, even when it's obvious that they don't get along with each other enough to actually organize anything that complex, right? It's why you hear fucking Boris Johnson and Joe Biden be saying the exact same catchphrase, "Build back better," right? And Trudeau too, and like a whole bunch of them together. That it was a meme for a while where they were calling them the Build Back Better buddies because, like, a solid 5 or 6 different international leaders were using like the same fucking catchphrases because they were all educated by the same fucking people. They all like it would be like being surprised that if you talked to a bunch of my friends in high school, you would find a bunch of assholes. Like, no, like they're going to be like me because they were trained like me. They grew up in a similar environment. I might be particularly different than them in X, Y, or Z way, but like, if you ask me about my opinion on hogs and cows, it's probably going to be very similar to their opinions on hogs and cows. If you ask me my opinion on seafood, it's probably going to be very similar to theirs. Like, very big, broad brush shit that, like, we don't think about because multicultural democracy puts these types of things in the back burner. And kind of makes it seem like it's not a conflict, it's you trying to get along with whoever you're trying to get along with. Like, it's an entirely different story, you know what I'm saying?
Well, another way to think about it is if modern politics seems like high school, it's because largely it is. If the 3 stores you have in the mall are fucking Abercrombie, American Eagle, and fucking PacSun, it's gonna be inevitable that the popular kids end up wearing clothing from one of those 3 stores, and then the rest of the crowd is gonna follow them. And it's not gonna take very long before everybody in that school is wearing clothing from either Abercrombie, American Eagle, or PacSun. And that's just the way it works. It's an ironic but also kind of sad observation about the pack mentality that we have. It's as Pinoit and TK Mao are saying, it's not like it was this grand orchestrated thing. It's just a natural. It's something that comes natural from kind of the herd mentality that we humans have. It's just when you centralize it to a certain extreme, it's inevitable that you end up with this type of outcome.
It's a system that that emerged. It was not developed.
And of course, the one kid that ends up getting their clothing from Walmart is going to be made fun of the other kids, and that's your proverbial alt-right nowadays in the modern political discourse.
Yeah, and like the mentality of like us having, and this is another thing that he says, and I think it's fucking beautiful. He said like, you don't steal an election by like stuffing a ballot box. What you do is you take that position that you think these people are voting for and make it meaningless, right? Like we could elect a cat president and nothing would fucking change.
I'd love that. That'd be so cute.
Yo, me too, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I would fucking do it, right? But like literally, like because basically the bureaucracy is really what's running things. You know what I mean? Like the people underneath of like fucking like the president or the people underneath of the congressmen and the senators are running.
So you guys would want like a full-on change to like just the ecology of it all, like a full-on weird revolution. Is that what you guys would want?
I'm rooting for the American divorce, right? Me
What's
personally.
the American divorce?
All right, so like, hang on, I got a John. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can show you, right? Because like,
drop some knowledge on me.
Got to pull up the map.
Oh, is that the picture?
I'll pull up my map, right? Because this is my.
Is this land back? Or we can give land back to the natives?
Right, hang on. Here, check this out. Show dummy. Okay. Sorry, my computer's lagging because you're fucking your camera's on and shit. So like, I have a laptop, so like it's not that fucking great. Okay. I need to get a tower. Right. I don't know whether or not it's up. There we go. Okay. It's like this is kind of like my mentality. Actually, I changed it. Louisiana and Arkansas is now part of the South in the new map, but I just haven't updated it on here. But
is this your like concept? Is this your concept?
Yeah, so this is my concept, right? Just as a thing, you know what I mean? Like I drew up a map one day because I was bored, right? But you know what I mean? Oh, and I added Arizona and Oklahoma and Arkansas to motherfucking Texas. But like, so basically it's individuals who have like shared geography and shared mentalities are running their own governments, right? You know, I mean, like anarcho England is, you know what I'm saying, like the New York and northern states, you know, like New Hampshire, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Jersey. I give them Philly because like I've actually started a WhiteHouse.gov petition to give Philadelphia to New Jersey, but nobody wants to help me, right? And then Appalachia and shit, right? Fucking, you know, I mean, which all these people are kind of similar in background and mentalities and how they live. You know, I mean, whether you're in the North or South Appalachians, like you can meet people in New York who are from Appalachia, and like they're kind of the same. You know what I mean? Like we're all kind of like similar people. Then you had the Lakelands, which is Minnesota and Michigan, right? And like these individuals here are kind of similar in their mentals and like their backgrounds. Most of them are actually like Swedish descent. They all kind of had the same accent. The Hordlands is TK's people, individuals out here who are like, this is the breadbasket, you know what I mean? Farmers, things of this nature. Texas, you know, it's Texas. You know what I mean? The Rockies people are all kind of like those. They're different people as in general thing. You know what I mean? And then Calistan, which would basically be, you know what I mean, like, you know, California, Oregon, and Washington. You know what I mean? And then the South, you know, because the South is the South. You know. But that's kind of what I'm rooting for as far as shit's concerned. You know what I mean? I think that we should break up and, you know what I mean, like have an opportunity to be able to like run our own shit. You know what I mean? And like be more kind of cohesive as individuals. I don't think that you can have a federal government ruling over a continent and like be able to make decisions that are going to satisfy anybody. I think having 51% outvote 49% is tyranny in the end of the day. You know?
So you'd be cool with like First Nation governments too within all that? Because they consider themselves like
100%.
and stuff.
Yeah, Navajo Nation, you know what I'm saying, whatever, like all that too. You know what I mean? Like
you gotta throw in the native tribes in there then, you know.
I mean, yeah, they do what they do. You know what I mean? Like I'm not knocking them. It's kind of whatever. Get in where you fit in, you know what I'm saying? Like around here we got the Susquehannock and Iroquois, you know what I mean, in my neck of the woods. Believe it or not, I fucked the great granddaughter of Pocahontas, right? So my dick is going to go in the Smithsonian when I die, right? Because it's part of American history.
She was definitely lying to you.
Yo, that bitch, yo, she was not bad. She was most definitely native, like 100%.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So you like the idea of it all separating?
Yeah.
And honestly, we're already unofficially like that anyways. So you might as well make it an official thing. The analogy I always use: why the hell is some random fucking yuppie from New York making decisions that are going to impact me when we have absolutely nothing in common?
Where do you live, or is that too personal to ask?
No, I'm actually right outside of DC, and I have nothing in common with any of the fuckers living in DC. I'm only here for the job opportunity, and as soon as I make enough money to get the hell out, I'm out.
Right. So what were you guys like? Do you guys vote or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've been voting since I was 18.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I know a lot of people. I know young Ripple would completely be against this because voting in his mindset doesn't make really much of a difference. Yeah, I can understand that mindset, but at the end of the day, if it does, I'm not going to pass up the opportunity on the off chance that it does. So, if I'm in my mind, if I don't at least vote, no matter how unpopular the opinion might be or whatever, no matter how slim the chance of my preferred candidate is of winning or losing, I'm still going to do it anyways, simply because at least at a bare minimum, it gives me the rights to bitch.
Yo, the first guy I ever voted for that got elected was Trump. Shit.
Nice.
And I've been voting since 2004. Like real shit. You know what I mean? My first vote, I voted for John Kerry. I actually voted Democrat my first time out, right? And then, you know what I mean? I think I voted for Ron Paul and then Gary Johnson and then Trump. And then I voted Trump again in this. No, I didn't even vote in this last election. Didn't get a chance. I was on the road. I was not at home when fucking voting happened.
Yeah, see, just to make my point, I voted Ron Paul, I voted Trump. But my point with there is the slim chance I might win is I voted for Youngkin, and thank God he won because McAuliffe was a fucking scumbag.
So what about you, man? Like, what are your ideologies?
I just wanted to ask one more question or whatever, if that's okay, before we like just flip it to me. Yeah, so like
right.
I'm pretty open to everything. Like I'm not really a guy who likes to fucking discriminate or anything like that. So I'm pretty much open to everything. But like, so I guess you guys really dislike like the Republican, Democrat, left, right. You guys think like you're kind of in this, I don't know, more individual. I don't even want to say like, do you guys feel like you're part of like any type of group or social movement?
I'll put it to you this way. Anytime somebody asks if I'm Democrat, Republican, MAGA, Libertarian, what have you, I always respond with, I'm a constitutionalist. I adhere to the idea of the Constitution and as closely as possible to what the founding fathers put it and how they iterated it. And anything that starts to deviate from that, I'm usually against. And I don't care what side it's coming from. I do not like the idea of political tribalism.
Right. What about you, Tom and TK?
I don't really like Republicans because I hate guys like Bill Kristol and George Bush. The Democrats are the party of women, and I just in general don't like most of the Democratic fucking like just shit. I agree with a lot. Like I like Jimmy Dore. Like I think Jimmy Dore is awesome as a thing, right? We just disagree on how we think we should solve the problems. Like, me and him agree on most of the problems, but like, you know, like we just disagree on the answers. TK, what do you think? TK, you awake? Nope. All right. Anyway, so
well, yeah.
Kamar,
So I guess. Oh, sorry. I guess the thing then I would say is like in the things you would say about like those other people, do you ever in a moment ever like second guess kind of your beliefs at all? Like, do you ever think like, oh man, maybe I am thinking this way a little,
Just
too lost in the sauce type thing on this? Like, do you ever do that?
well, like I don't. Yeah, I do. Like a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like I always question my mentalities all the time. Right.
Yeah.
Like I always stand here and go like maybe I'm wrong, and that's why like I try to surround myself with individuals who, don't think like me. Like on a regular basis, and like I'll hop in like discords where there's like 20 people and like argue my shit out, and most of the time I end up turning the crowd by the end of it because like I have the data to back shit up. You know what I mean? As far as stuff's concerned, you know what I mean? And my viewpoints aren't that different from what individuals thought like 40 or 50 years ago. And I'm just more educated than most boomers are because they didn't really have to pay attention.
Right. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can now ask me any question or whatever. Don't think that I was like I'm grilling
Right, so,
anyone.
like,
I'm just asking questions,
I got you. So do you got a YouTube or a motherfucking like a Twitch? Like what do you do?
I'm just on Twitch. I'm just doing it for fun, I'm not like I mean, I do freaking Twitches, and sometimes I'll be like, "Yo, fucking everyone, follow me, please, make me fucking rich." It's all just tongue in cheek. I'm just like a silly guy, love having fun. I'm not like out here trying to, become anybody or anything. I just enjoy talking.
all right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, we got you, TK.
I got a YouTube channel. It's actually the first time I've ever been on Twitch, to be honest with you.
Okay,
I'll search this is my first
YouTube
Twitch
right
stream. Yeah, I'm Pinoy News on YouTube.
Ain't Twitch more for gaming?
Typically, yeah.
They do
They
political
also do. Yeah. They also do IRL stuff, but they will ban a lot of political stuff if you start like
Unless you're
edging the line.
unless you're Hassan Piker.
Unless you're Hassan Piker, then you can incite violence against your political opponents all day. And
I got to admit, I have a weird admiration for Hassan Piker because I swear to God, that dude is one of the most clever capitalists I've ever seen. Like I don't know how you can convince a bunch of 13 and 15-year-olds that socialism and communism is the answer while turning around and buying a fucking mansion from their donations. Like, you want to talk about grifting? That guy's got it on lock.
So Kamaro, like, where do you sit politically?
Oh shit, man. I'm like a stoic, I'm not like too politically active. To be honest, like even recently I've even started to like I don't have Facebook, I don't have Instagram. I just have like this small Twitter that I made when I started streaming just so I could connect with a couple people if I needed to, because a lot of people have Twitter to just like hit them in the DMs. But I don't really follow. I started to like unfollow everything political, and the next thing for me is probably to start unfollowing everyone I follow on YouTube who has vlogs who show how sick their houses are.
Well, we do geopolitics and economics, right?
Yeah, I like listening about that stuff, but I just feel like sometimes I'm just getting browbeaten by a lot of like people regurgitating information, without like having like their own unique point of views. And I'm just like, oh my God, there's only so many times I could hear, the same 2 points about the fucking Canadian convoy over and over again. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of have fun with.
I support, like, I always like I try to support workers as in a general thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm just as a whole, like I'm like, all right, I'm down because I'm a trucker too. I drive truck, that's why I make money, right?
Yeah.
But like, I heard about like the American convoy, and I'm like, why? Like, why? Like, the fuck is the purpose of an American like, we don't have mandates in America. Like, there's none of that shit here. Like, I haven't worn a mask since 2020. Like, the fuck are we doing this for? You know what I mean? Like, do you want to like maybe how about this? Like, yo, if I'd support it if they say we're going to try and stop the Ukrainian war, you know what I mean? Like, we're going to keep America the fuck out of like fucking everybody else's business. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I'd support it, but like, I don't see any reason whatsoever for us to be standing here like having a goddamn fucking trucker convoy in America as a thing.
Pinoid, let's be honest. The U.S. trucker convoy is going to be a bunch of truckers, and I hear the Bikers for America are going to join them. And it's going to be a gigantic weekend-long middle finger to Biden, and that's going to be it.
It's going to be boomers. Boomers from California is what it is, all right? Literally, I hate boomers from California.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a middle finger to Biden, but they're not going to sit there for 3 weeks in a row doing nothing. They're going to go back to work. I mean, I'll give them a week tops, but they will go back to work because we don't have the same problems that Canada does that sparked the whole freedom convoy thing. It's like there's no one sitting there telling you can't work because you haven't had a vaccine, or even if you have, you have to show us a piece of paper proving it. Like that, nothing like that is happening in the U.S. At least, I mean, there might be localized instances, but it's not happening nationwide. It's not to the same extent.
Yeah, because like we don't have uniform enforcement across the entirety of the U.S. Like down where I'm at, like nobody gives a shit except for the county health commissioner, and he's doing everything he can. But like if it's literally just the county health commissioner going ham, the cops aren't having it. Like honestly, City Hall ain't having it. Like everybody is just done with it except for this one dude. So like, yeah, we have to deal with it on some level, but there's release valves because in the US it's more likely that you don't get a uniform front on this type of thing as opposed to Canada where they're a much more federalized system.
Yeah, I go to New York, I go to Maryland, I go to Jersey, I go to fucking Virginia, I go to West Virginia, I go to Ohio. When in the height of the pandemic, I was in Chicago and Illinois and fucking Minnesota and I'm trying to think here, like Missouri, Kansas, Kentucky. Like I was driving all over the place at that point. And I'll be honest with you, like there wasn't much of shit. Right. And even here, when like the fucking shit all popped off, the cops literally put it out on their website. We said, we're not going to enforce this. Don't worry about shit. Like, we're not interested in, like having to go through all the bullshit. It's like, and again, so I don't understand why like America is like doing this shit. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's just boomers like trying to like embrace a meme long after it's going to be dead. And they're just, they always ruin everything. Goddamn boomers are fucking.
Like I told you, man, it's just basically a middle finger that'll last about 3 days, maybe a week, and that's really all that's going to come of it. Because again, I'm being very generous, but again, it's nothing like what's going on in Canada, and I've actually been following it rather closely. And
me too.
Yeah, they actually have something legitimate to protest against and fight against because it's not just about you have to show me your vax card. And they're literally taking food off the table by preventing some of these people from working, and the government refuses to give them their freedoms back across the board. That's a national level thing. So they're like, well, you know what? If I can't work, I can't do anything, then I'm just going to drive my ass up to freaking Ottawa, park there, and I'm going to stay there until they lift the mandates and I can actually go back to work, which is why I find it so hilarious.
They were successful. And they were successful in a lot of Canada. Like, it's something like, what is it? Quebec, Ontario, the zone where like all the oil fields
Alberta.
are.
Yeah, Alberta. And I think now, and I think also British Columbia and what's the one? Nova Scotia, I think lifted or is going to lift there soon as well.
Yeah.
The only real reason that they have to continue to protest is to be, and I kind of support this idea, not kind of actually, I fully do support it, is Trudeau needs to fucking go, man. Like, if they had all left and everything, that would have been one thing. The reason I say Trudeau needs to go, I'm not saying he's going to, but the reason he should is because the shit that he's pulled over the past 48 hours is like, first off, he was only like, 30-something% of the popular vote. Like, people want to bitch about unpopular candidates winning. Trudeau's not popular amongst the Canadian people. And then turn around and look at how desperately that bastard's going to cling to power. Yeah.
Housewives vote for him because they all want to fuck him. All right, that's why it is.
Yeah,
elected. Because that's
the thing is, he didn't even. Well, that's the thing. He didn't even get elected by popular vote. He got fucking established by Parliament.
That is a swarthy, pretty motherfucker. Like real shit.
Oh yeah, no, the guy knows how to play his looks. But my point is, Trudeau's not even a popular candidate. He got established by Parliament, and then you turn around and look at what this guy's doing. It's like, yeah, no, you guys maybe should actually start demanding that he fucking resigns. Not that he's going to, but it's.
So Doku, you actually believe that we actually elect our politicians? You really still believe that?
No,
yeah,
not at all.
What do you? Because they're all chosen, if you ask me.
We do elect our politicians. They're just not in charge of shit.
Well, which politicians you talking about? The local level or like the real top guns?
All of them. We elect all
Tommy.
No, we elect all of them. They just don't do anything.
So you actually think that this guy we got in office really won the election? You really think he got 81 million votes? Come on now, let's stop.
Maybe.
I think there's a possibility, but I don't think it's.
Oh
it's
my
not
God!
something...
If you even said a possibility, I think I'm just talking to some like.
You don't understand how many fucking people got amped up from like fucking the news, like bitching about Trump.
And when I say I think there's a possibility, I'm also going to say it's not something I would actually be willing to bet money on, and I bet money on a lot of fucking things.
I got you. I mean, percentage-wise, it's got to be like almost impossible.
How do you feel about flat Earth?
Oh man, I'm in the hollow Earth theory.
Oh, so you're in
the hollow Earth theory.
Oh, by the way, Tommy, I looked up those flights. You can't book any of them, so you could go take your flights and go ahead, go try to book one.
Okay, so is that because it's impossible, or is it because airlines are massively short-staffed right now?
No, it's never, even during the
are you saying that like you can't find an example of a historical flight and where there was a reason for there to be a chartered flight directly between the two, like an actual reason, not why there should be a bunch of X, Y, or no, like, do you have a historical example where somebody said, I want to go A to B, I am willing to drop however many millions of dollars it takes to specifically charter this route to make this happen, and it didn't happen? Because that is the disproving that you're looking for, bud. Like, understand that you need all of these details to line up for it to mean what you think it means.
I got you. But still, when you have like the World Cup in Argentina and the plane is full to the masses, you don't fly 24 hours when it only takes you 12 hours to get there.
Yeah, but like
these aren't coincidences.
No, like it. If you start looking at anything, there's going to be a bunch of coincidences. For example, I forget the exact number, but if you get something like more than 12 people together, 2 of them are going to share a birthday. I forget the exact number, but it's really, really small number of people, and 2 of them are going to share a birthday just because, well, statistics is weird like that. If you ever plot a series of random numbers, if it is a truly random number set, you will find them grouping. Like, a truly random number set is something like 1, 5, 7, 3, that type of thing. It's going to be clustered. Randomness tends to cluster. And if it's truly random, you're not going to be able to guess how it clusters, but it will cluster. Just because 2 things coincide doesn't mean anything, because, like, you need to assume that there's a correlation for that coincidence to mean anything.
Okay, I have a question, dude. All right. Is a layover in Qatar okay?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm not into the flight plans, but let's just jump the gun and show me where you can prove that the planet is a sphere from fake pictures from NASA that change every 5 years. So the Earth actually, the North America doubled in size in 5 years. I mean, it's just so retarded to even believe. So there's no proof to prove the Earth is a sphere, other than what you were taught in school. And there's hundreds of proofs to prove it is flat by the curvature of the planet, whether you're taking a picture from 100 miles away and you shouldn't even be able to see that mountain, but you can. So if you can show me actually the proof that it is a sphere, instead of me proving it's flat, because I could care less either way, to be honest. But I know that we've been lied to about so many things in school as children growing up to take us away from one specific thing, is to believe there is an almighty God.
Okay, so
Oh, you are.
He,
oh,
wait,
yes,
wait,
I
wait,
thought
wait.
you were talking
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah.
legitimate flight plans. I didn't realize the flight plan thing was talking about flat Earth. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
literally, I thought Tom.
let's just take that logic on board for a second here and ask you, where does this stop? Does air not exist? And we were lied about that as well. Is water actually like little
Wait, you believe in
gerbils
air,
that
Tom?
feed us? Like I'm not
you're
attributing
comparing
any.
air
Wait. I'm not attributing any views to you. I'm asking, like, where is the logical endpoint here? Because if your thought process is they said it, therefore it's wrong, there are a lot of things these people have said that are very typical beliefs, even to Christians. And I am saying that going, like, very specifically even back however long you want to go. Like, is the universe actually intelligible at all? That is a Christian predisposition. Like, that's a Christian premise that you can make sense of the universe at all. And they do have that on board.
What was the word you used? I guess you used these fancy words to make yourself sound smart. Go ahead. What was that word you said? Back up 2 sentences ago and give me a real word.
Which one? Like, I'm ranting, dude.
You're
Like,
ranting.
these are words that I use because I'm not a pea-brained fucking faggot, okay?
I ain't either, but you're trying to be.
You're the one arguing for literally a flat Earth, sir.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I'm just talking. You're
All
arguing.
right. So here's the thing: if the Earth was flat,
I didn't say it was flat. I said there's no proof that it's round. That's
no,
all I said.
I'm not saying that you did. And just if the Earth, let's say hypothetically, if the Earth was flat, under the same type of light conditions, if you had, let's say you take a magnifying glass, telescope, whatever, and it's at 100 magnification. Under those lighting conditions, you should be able to see a mountain from that particular distance away. What you see when you actually start traveling using the same telescope, same lighting conditions, is when you come to say like you're on a boat, you're coming up to an area of land, you'll see the peak of a mountain before you'll actually see the shore, because you're only seeing that peak of the mountain over the curvature. The curvature of the Earth actually obfuscates the shore or the lower areas of altitude below that. And the closer you get to land, you'll start to see the lower lying areas until you finally get to sea level, and then you'll see the shore. So that would be my rebuttal to that.
Well, there is a mathematical formula, right? Numbers don't lie. Would I be correct in saying that, or numbers do lie?
Yeah, like, numbers do lie if you lie about the numbers. Like, numbers are language, sir. Like, you can lie with numbers just the same as you lie with anything else. Like, nothing's stopping me from writing 2 + 2 = 5. Like, as soon as I write that on the chalkboard, like, I don't get hit by lightning. Like, you can lie with math. Let's, like, don't get anything misunderstood on that.
2 + 2 don't add up to 5, though, so it does lie. And I could prove 2 + 2 is 4. You can't prove 2 + 2 is 5.
Well, yeah, I can. I just need to define it that way.
Well, no. 2
No, like,
+ 2 = 4. Show me how that becomes 5.
well,
Show me.
because you have defined 5 as 5 and you've defined 4 as 4.
So we should change the numbers then. 5 means 4 and 4 means 5. Is that what we're going to do? I mean,
I'm not saying we should. I'm saying you can. and
You
that's
can
how
do
you.
anything. But let's be logical and stop making excuses.
No. Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm saying you can do with math the same thing you can do with any language, right? You can say illogical things in any language, right? I can say untrue things in any language, be it English, Portuguese, or math. That is my point. That
agree with
alone.
that up to a point. I mean, I could say the curvature of the planet for every mile, the planet goes down 12 inches, when in reality, maybe it only goes down 6 inches. So there's no way for me to prove that. Would I be correct on that? I mean, that's kind of where you're getting to, and I get it.
No, like, and here's the other thing, like, evidence is not self-proving. So, like, you can run into the nihilism trap just dead on, which is why there is a logical fallacy called argument from skepticism. You cannot just pick at an argument until it falls apart, because all arguments eventually fall apart, because evidence does not prove itself, right? You need some collaborating piece of evidence to prove a piece of evidence, and then you need a collaborating piece of evidence for that. Like, you have an infinite regression threshold. This is why the ancients, when they were talking about, like, theories of math, that's why they started with the premise of God exists, because it completely shortcuts that entire discussion about, okay, do we need to have a discussion about whether or not things can make sense? Do we need to have a discussion whether or not, like, what is 2, what is 2, what is 4? And part of the issue is that these people a lot of people, I should say, are no longer grounded in that type of reality in one way or another. And so you will have a bunch of people using the same words and they're meaning different things. Like, it is not an exaggeration to say that we are living in a modern day Tower of Babel.
Hey, Tom, do you... oh, sorry, Pops. Tom,
what up?
When you asked me that question earlier about do I believe in the flat earth, I assume, are you like anti-flat earth?
Yeah. Like, I'm 99% sure the world round, but I'm just not smart enough to prove it.
But how are you 99%?
I would say that, like, say that you could have your math, Pops, but, like, I've done a lot of math quizzes in my life and thought I was like 100% right, and I was wrong.
But how could you be 99% sure, Tom? Because there's no. What do you have? Fake pictures? What do you have?
Because I believe in nothing 100%.
No, forget about that. How about even believing it's 90%? I mean, I don't know whether it's round or flat, to be honest, but
you can't prove
to me pictures.
This out.
Show me the pictures. Show me the receipts, man. There's no pictures from space.
You guys can prove this for yourself. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're coming through great, Sasquatch. Good to have you.
Ham radio operator, and one aspect of the hobby is operating ham radio satellites, and anybody can get the equipment to do this. A lot of the flat earth stuff that I've heard circulates around the idea that these satellites are balloons or something similar. And the way that, okay, so when these satellites come overhead, someone could say, oh, well, you're tracking them online and the software just shows where they're going to be. The biggest thing for someone who does think the earth is flat, that can, I think, show them that it's round, comes from measurements of the satellite's movement. Hair in my mouth, sorry. So there's a term called the Doppler effect. And think of it like when a train is coming at you, it sounds different than when it's going away. Oh, man, hair in my mouth. Or an ambulance, how an ambulance or a truck horn, it's going by that meow thing. That's the Doppler effect. You can measure that with radio waves, and I do this stuff for fun because I'm a nerd. And you can measure it. You can measure the speed, the velocity, the distance, the direction of travel, all of this of these satellites as they go by. And the only way the measurements would check out and work out the way they do is if these satellites are at the distance above the Earth they are, traveling in the speed and direction that they are, and functioning in the same way that they are. So if the Earth were flat, the altitude, the direction, the speed, none of that would work out. And
that's a great theory. I could show you how that's wrong, though. In my mind, I could show you how that's wrong in my mind. Hold on, let me get something round. Hold on.
You can go measure this.
I want TK and Doku. Oh man, listen, Kraut motherfucking bounce back out again.
What up?
Hey, I'm here.
I want you to beat my boy Kraut. Yo, this dude's fucking awesome. He's from down in New Orleans and shit. I like this guy.
Hey.
He's a cool dude.
Hey,
Yo, what's up, Kraut?
What's up,
Kraut
Kraut without T?
So let's get into your satellite theory. So let's just say this is a ball, right? This is the Earth spinning. Now, you got a satellite here. Now, the Earth spins all the way over here. How does that satellite signal go through the Earth? I can't even get a signal in the mountains in America. You're telling me the signal goes through the planet?
All of the satellites are in low Earth orbit, so you can only talk with them when they're directly overhead. And they're only overhead for about a 15-minute window, and really only about 5 to 7 minutes of that works. But it's kick-ass when you
how do we get phone reception then? We got a million satellites we're bouncing off of, is what you're saying?
Actually, Pops, the reason...
A couple thousand, actually.
So AT&T, go ahead.
Elon Musk is throwing up like a retarded number of them, and stargazers are actually getting really fucking pissed off about it because in certain areas it's actually getting really difficult to see the real night sky over like all these bullshit satellites that Elon's putting up there with SpaceX, and it is some of the sketchiest shit that I've ever seen once you realize that those fucking lights are satellites, because the flybys on them, even if you think those are like altitude balloons, those are concerning spaces. And yeah, that's not particularly fun, at least in my opinion.
I don't believe there's balloons. I believe there are satellites, but they're inside our firmament.
Right.
The Earth is round, flat. My theory is the Earth is like cut it in half.
But how are they going that fast, Pops? How would they? I mean, if you measured the speed that they would have to be going, if they were okay. So you're basically saying they're still there, they're still functioning, but they're just not in space. Well, then you bring them closer to.
They are in space, but they're not in the space that you're thinking about.
Increases. I'm sorry, delay. Say again.
They are in space. They're where the stars are. They are in space. I never said there's no space.
Yo, you got to remember the stars are on the firmament, right? They're like lights and shit.
No,
like
they're below the firmament. They're below the firmament.
You see, I don't think one thing. Okay, whenever you say the firmament, are you talking about the traditional concept of the firmament or the idea of the firmament? Because the traditional concept is anything within reality is the firmament. Anything outside of reality is the aether. Anything that we can affect by physical change is the firmament. Anything that follows the laws of reality and laws of physics is the firmament. Whereas
I've never heard this expression in the Bible, but if that's what you want to say your definition is, that's fine.
No, well, it actually comes from multiple sources. Not just biblical sources.
Well, I'm talking about a biblical source of the firmament. I'm not going any different direction. I know it sounds like you're kind of an atheist, and that's okay.
Well, actually, no. I study all religions. I study all religions. I study almost all sciences. And I believe that they all have truth to them, just in small parts. There are too many coincidences. Now, rolling back to the satellite thing. Yes, there are thousands of satellites.
Show me the pictures though from Earth, space. That's what I want. If you telling me that am I imagining this, or did you see online that NASA admits they can't go to the moon anymore?
Well, yeah, because we destroyed all of. Yeah. Well, we can't make a lot of old nuclear reactors either. Like we can't make a molten salt reactor to save our goddamn lives, and we had a functioning one in California in the 70s. And I'll let y'all talk, and just after I give this.
Let me
explain to me why we can't go to the moon anymore.
Okay, I can explain it. All right, so like back in the day, All right. So like, yo, back in the day, what we did is we hired a bunch of Nazis, right, to run our rocket program. And basically what the Nazis did is they stood here and they strapped like airplane pilots to tin cans and shot them at the rock in space. Right. And like, yo, we can't do that anymore because we have what's known as like health and safety concerns. Right. You know what I mean? Like, yo, we can't just sit here and just like shoot things at things in space. Right. Like we care at this point. You know what I mean? Like, yo, they give a fuck. It's a different thing altogether. You know what I mean? Now it's not like it used to be. Like Werner von Braun, you know what I mean? Like who was the Nazi rocket scientist who we used to be able to like, you know what I mean, go to the moon in the first place is now dead as well. And like most of his, you know what I'm saying, what was it, the V2 rockets that he was building for us, they, you know what I mean, destroyed those plans back in the fucking 70s and 80s because they were concerned that like the fucking Soviets were going to get a hold of them. And so like, not only do we not have him or the want to be able to like shoot pilots at the moon in a tin can, we also no longer have his plans, right? Because the U.S. government classified and then destroyed the motherfucking plans for the fucking rockets and the rockets themselves. That's why we can't go to the moon anymore.
So
It's
you
also
really
worth
believe-
noting. It's worth noting that that's not the only technology that we don't have. We aren't able to reproduce at the moment. We can't, for example, reproduce a lot of the old steam engines, just because we haven't had a need to. And you're acting like
we can
loss of
reproduce them. You're making excuses.
no. Like
We
legitimate.
can reproduce those steam engines. Stop.
No. Like we don't have.
I was just gonna say.
We can make them.
I have to leave the conversation. I gotta get up in the morning. Hey Tom, thanks for having me in the stream.
Yo, thanks for coming through.
Yeah, if you
It's
can
like
follow
saying
me
we
or
can't make a light
something, so
bulb.
we can
Come on,
connect in the
man.
future. I subscribe to your channel on YouTube. I'll check you out. Think you
take it
All right. Pops, let me fucking go.
Explain
Thanks
to
for
me.
coming
have a good night, everybody.
Nice talking to you.
Cheers
night.
tomorrow.
All right, so I actually work with a guy who restores these things. And when I say we don't have the technology, I mean it in the same way that we don't have the technology to make those fucking rockets. We have the ability to redevelop it. Like we have the ability to redevelop a steam engine freaking assembly line if we really wanted to. But that takes time, effort, money, and fucking lead time is the main thing. When people say we don't have the technology, they mean we have to figure all this shit out again, just like we would and have done with those steam engines, because I know somebody who did it. I went and saw the big fucking Thresher when they because like the company actually sold an old copy of the Prince to this massive steam engine, and they're like, it's impossible, we couldn't do it. And yeah, that dude over the course of like 5 fucking years eventually cranked out one. But that would be the same type of thing that we'd need to do if we were going to reproduce rockets. The other thing, you're acting like it isn't. It's just beyond the pale that people lose technology. The Greeks forgot how to write after the Bronze Age collapse.
Not just that, but let's look at all the technologies that were invented and then forgotten or lost. Like let's go back and look at the
writing. People forgot how to write.
I mean,
It has nothing to do with now.
The Dark Age is a thing. Like people learn and forget shit all the time.
We're not in the Dark Ages. Stop.
No,
We're not forgetting. We have
actually,
computers.
Pops.
We save
Okay.
every. You
All right.
really believe, Tommy? Wait a minute. Let me talk. You believe the United States had rocket technology that could win a war, and they destroyed it because they didn't
Yeah,
want.
100%. Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let me.
No.
I used to work at a steel mill. Okay. And in this steel mill, we had these giant presses, right? That they weighed something like, I don't know, like fucking 1,000 tons. All right. They were giant presses. And literally, they did not have when they they closed it down, and then when they reopened it, they did not have the specifications on how you're supposed to run it, like the shim sizes for each individually fucking like size pipe, different wall sizes for like how thick the plates were that we were using, and like they had a guy who went through and like fucking figured this out and wrote it all down, and literally, you know what I'm saying? They tried to like fire him. So he ended up sitting here burning the entire book he wrote for it. And then they had to start over again. But he had to redo it back when they opened the mill. Like this was like 2006, 2007. And the mill had been open since the 1920s. And they didn't have this wrote down anywhere. And since they stopped making this machinery, you couldn't go and get it from anywhere. Now, all the rocket technology that like we fucking had, literally like, yo, they wrote it down somewhere, classified it, and then fucking destroyed it. It just is what it is. That's how
we got things. Weapons that blow away anything we've had. Come on. I mean,
whoa.
They go to the space station with a rocket, don't they?
Well, yeah,
it's
not
the same rocket.
It's a different principle and different design principle, okay? Because you see, the old rocks that we used to use we're going to punch through the fucking sky and we're going to just brute force it. But instead, okay, now we slowly glide it up. We slowly bring it up at an angle. We reach a gradual orbit, and then we use that gravitational pull of the Earth in order to maintain. It gives fuel efficiency. It's a hell of a lot safer. Let me tell you. You ever heard of a person named Yuri Gagarin or Gagarin? Yeah.
First Russian in space.
Well, first Russian to go up, but I'm sorry to say, you know, when he came down, he was half a man. But basically, the old rocket technologies were crude. It was literally, okay, well, let's strap someone to an Acme rocket and hope it works. Nowadays,
that's what I said.
That's what happened to Neil Armstrong and the other two astronauts.
Yes,
they got strapped in a rocket.
Yeah, because
they got shot at the moon.
Yeah, because they were freaking soldiers, and this was back when we treated soldiers like ammo.
Not just that, but no, it wasn't just that. But we did not have the understanding of aerodynamics. We did not have the luxury or the time to actually sit down and put the effort in because of the space race with the Soviet Union. And because
have you ever built a go-kart?
You actually think that moon landing was real?
Have you ever built a go-kart?
Yeah, of course, plenty of them when I was a kid.
You built go-kart. Like you build them out of like, you know what I mean, like wood or like fucking
milk crates, wood,
did you improve
an engine from a lawnmower?
Listen to me. Would parents today let their kids get in a fucking wooden with a motor on it?
Yes, but not in like the big cities. Yeah, of course.
No, they would never let them in the suburbs. They would never let them fucking do that. They'd fucking make them wear a helmet. The police would arrest them.
Go Midwest and you'll find it.
Without a helmet on and any type of fucking moving machine.
Not where my son lives.
No, it happens. You know, it does happen.
Kids still build go-karts in Missouri.
Yes, they do, but they have safety regulations. You know, they use better.
There's no safety. Where my son lives, there is no. You don't even need a license to drive. Like, you know those
Pops, hold on. Here's the issue that they're trying to talk about. They're trying to put forth. When this technology started, it was rudimentary. It was crude. It hasn't been tested. We didn't have a full understanding of how it worked. All of these things have to go through a design process. We have to do it as that process. As that process moves forward in the research and development process, and we refine the technology, it becomes more efficient. But if you take a technology that has been around for a long enough period of time, that has been developed to a sufficient period of time, or through a sufficient period of time, and then you go back and try to recreate the original, there's a good chance you won't be able to do it because the technology has advanced so much. Whether it's through an accident, whether it's through just we're better at creating steel. The steel is more well reinforced. We're better at making fuel. And therefore, the fuel that we're using is not going to be compatible with that type of design of rocket. You can't reproduce the original design.
So how did they get through the radiation belt with such weak steel back then and everything else?
Oh, they just layered upon layered.
They didn't care.
Yeah.
I don't hear one of the astronauts ever complaining about any of the things you guys are saying.
Oh, that's because they didn't know
at all. It was a giant
PR campaign. And
Yeah,
all three of them were Masons by coincidence. You know, there's a lot of things we could get into.
Well,
I'm not going to go into the conspiracy theory.
There's actually still a complaint from a lot of astronauts, even more modern day ones, where they've spent time on the International Space Station. They come back, when they try to go to sleep, they get the weird speckles from their eyes to a point where they actually can't sleep. And that comes from radiation actually going through the International Space Station and damaging the ocular nerves. That is actually still an issue to this day.
As is muscular degeneration, just because, like, 0G... Well, it's not 0G, but you're weightless for an extended period of time.
Now, there's literal, like, they lose bone density when they're up there.
So all these... I don't disagree with what you're saying. So all these videos, though, that they're showing are all lies, then. You know, they'll show you astronauts up there, and the guy will be on a harness, you know, a thin string in the back, where the guy's holding the ball, and he's making believe the gravity's holding it up. And then he lets go of the ball and it falls down and he goes, ooh, and he goes to pick it up. That's all like lies, right? Everything that you see on videos that prove that this is all BS is all lies, I would imagine.
I agree. Just like me looking at you on video is proof that Pops is not a real person. He doesn't exist, CGI, all lies.
Right.
Pops,
that's what I'm saying. You guys got to look at the videos and look at this shit and go,
I got one for you where you could do this. So back to what I mentioned earlier, the example I mentioned earlier with ham radio. It could be ham radio satellites, or it can be the International Space Station. A lot of people will go out and watch the International Space Station fly over the sky. You can track it. It looks really cool at night. But during holidays, they really do it during Yuri Gagarin's birthday. The Russian module on the International Space Station has a slow scan television transmitter. So it'll transmit an image, but it takes 3 or 4 minutes. So you're standing there with your arm up in the air, moving the antenna, twisting the antenna to account for Doppler shift, and adjusting your receive frequency again to account for Doppler shift, like I mentioned earlier. But through that process of you having to track across the sky, of having to adjust for Doppler shift, you can see and hear on the radio how the frequency is changing as it's going overhead, that it is going that fast, and even if you just say, I'm not going to go spend money on this equipment, it's silly, that's fine. You could DIY build this stuff, or you could go find ham radio clubs. They are absolutely everywhere. These are people who do not have a vested interest in saying that the earth is round. These are just hobbyists who do this sort of stuff for fun and come to the conclusion that the earth is round because the science of what they are doing as part of their hobby leads to that conclusion, because the mechanics of what is taking place would not be able to occur otherwise.
I could give you examples too, like, railroad engineers don't make up for the curvature of the planet when they lay the tracks, but we won't get into all this because it's crazy. We could go back and forth. Here's one for you. So we don't have the technology to go to the moon, but how far is Mars from the Earth? How far is it? Do you know? I know.
I mean,
it's 141.63 million miles away from the Earth, but we don't have the technology to go to the moon. But we have the technology to send a rover to Mars and control it.
No, it's because it's a different principle.
They're not sending people, they're sending equipment.
It don't matter. We don't have technology. I can't get radio. I can't get a phone signal on the planet. So we can control a rover 141 million miles away.
Yeah, that's because they have better equipment than.
Good for you. You believe it. Good for you guys.
Here's the ideology here, Pops. The ideology is that, like, if you're just floating lumber down the river, right? You've got a river that you're sending lumber down. Mm-hmm. You don't have to give a shit about the raft, because the lumber will usually float unless it's like real dense wood, right? So you don't have to give a shit about it. It's cargo. If it gets beat up, nobody cares. You just ship the fucking logs down the river, they get down to the mill, and then everything is done. It's cheap, it's easy, and if you end up losing a couple rafts, who gives a shit? It's just wood. You can't do that with a raft full of tourists.
So you actually believe?
No, I
They
am
don't send people to the
saying.
moon 'cause
Wait,
the
I
astronauts
am
care
not
about the
saying
astronauts.
anything. I'm not saying I believe anything. I'm not saying I don't believe anything. I am saying there are different standards for cargo shipment than there are for transportation of human beings, because people, like, if property gets damaged, it ends in a lawsuit. If people die, then people show up with shotguns.
Really? That's happening right now with all the magic potions that everybody's getting?
Well, yeah, like there are people who are just going off on one on vaccine clinics.
Yeah, but I don't agree that they care about, when I say they, let's go elites or government.
Yeah. I'm not saying that, like,
I don't think they
everything
care.
here is perfectly well guided or perfectly premeditated. I'm saying, like, when you have to deal with people, you have extra considerations than when you're just sending out product.
I don't
because,
disagree.
like, yeah, and that's the ideology with the difference between the Martian rocket and the rocket that takes people up there.
But I'm not even talking about the rocket. Here's where I'm talking about. My ideology is, if we are that smart that we could send a signal 141 million miles away from the planet and control a rover in almost instant time. It's only I don't know how many second delay it is.
No, there's a few minutes
30
of
minutes.
delay.
Whatever it
minutes.
is.
It's like 35
Just
minutes.
like when Nixon got on the phone and was talking on a hotline to the people on the moon, which is another crock of shit. But anyway, so you're telling me we're not super technology advanced to do that, but yet we can't figure out how to make a spaceship safe to send to
It
the moon.
takes 35 minutes for the signal to
on.
get back to Earth.
Well, it don't matter. 35 minutes, 3 days.
It's a 35
We could still do it. That is like way advanced.
This is really
You don't want to
easy.
give
This
us
is
credit.
really easy.
You're not giving us credit.
Okay, Pops. If we can build an airplane, then why can't we build a car that gets 1,000 miles to the gallon?
Well, we probably could build a car that gets about 200 miles to the gallon, but the oil companies don't want it.
All right.
You
So,
don't know that.
whoa. You just said 200. That's not 1,000, sir.
No.
I said 1,000.
Well,
Why can't we make a
Maybe we
car
could.
that gets 1,000 miles to the gallon?
Maybe there's got to be a limit to everything, right?
Okay, exactly.
But there is.
There you go. You answered your question. You answered your own question,
No, I
buddy.
didn't. No, I
Because there are limits to everything.
Yeah.
And most technology and science is you figuring out an edge case and exploiting that. Lithium ion batteries, like, lithium is shit for energy storage. The reason we use it is because we know how to manipulate lithium. We can turn it into a solid state energy conductor, and so we can flip it on and off. That does not mean that it's the best material. It's the one we know how to use. You stack that up against, like you stack that type of thing up again and again and again, and you get the technology that we have, but every single aspect of that technology has limits. And so it's not always straightforward that, say, we can do X, therefore then we can do Y. No, sometimes it turns out that, like, getting 90% of the way to a technology or 90% of the way to a particular goal is easy, smooth sailing, and then that last 10% is effectively impossible. That happens all the time in technology. It's happening in human speech recognition right now, and it would happen more in chatbots if it weren't for the fact that we were just numb to the fact that a certain percentage of the population will just spew out literal gibberish. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I just ranted.
Actually,
Well,
Pops, can I ask you a question?
You're kind of crazy with that theory because you just still don't get what I'm saying. So here it is. I'm going to say it again so you get it through your brain. And I'm not being arrogant. I feel if we have the technology to do what we're doing with Mars, we definitely got the technology to send a rocket to the moon. We did it once. and we could do it again. If you want to tell me that these let me finish. If you want to tell me these German rocket scientists were smarter than we are now, and we can't repeat what they did, that's insanity.
But why would we waste the time and resources? Like, you have to give us an incentive. Like, what's the point in going back to the moon?
No.
Okay,
Listen,
hold on.
the Nazis were literally smarter than we are right now. Like 100%.
I give up. I can't win a case when you guys keep saying they were smarter then than we are now. Everything is better then.
Whoa.
There's fake pictures of the Earth. There's no satellites in the pictures. I mean, there's so much stuff out there that we could see the real day and go back and forth. But you guys don't have you can't show me a real picture of the planet. It doesn't exist. It changes every time they go up there. They give us the blue ball now is the new one. Like, come on.
So, Pops, the major difference between our technology today versus technology then is that we actually have ethics. Back then, their idea of ethics was, it's okay if we lose a few hundred people doing this. Nowadays,
today we don't have no ethics.
No.
We do.
We have insurance to be 100 like to put a point on it. Like, it's not that we're more ethical as a society. It's that, like, if something goes wrong, we're better at pinning blame onto one particular person and then punishing them for it. That's not necessarily ethical, but it does disincentivize certain types of behavior.
There's no insurance on soldiers. You take any type of shot.
Soldiers do have insurance. $500,000 life insurance policies.
They're not responsible. The government. They're not responsible.
No. Like, the government has paid out like millions and millions of dollars for vaccine injuries.
Yeah, but they don't get. They're not.
Yeah.
That's
like,
just to satisfy people.
No. Like, here's the thing. Like, you're right that, like, the person who did something wrong, like, in the grand scheme of things, is not getting punished. But what I'm saying is that because the system will punish someone, that ends up causing behavioral changes.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't see the logic in the technology argument. I think we're way smarter than we were. Tommy will say no. Them German scientists were like superior brains compared to we are. So we go nowhere with this argument.
I mean, at least for calculating projectiles at speed, yeah.
Yeah, well.
I think there's a middle ground.
If that was the case, Hitler should have won the war.
I mean, he got pretty fucking close.
He fucked up two places.
Russia?
No. The first place he messed up was whenever he had the jet fighters and the jet interceptors. He could have mass-produced them in 1941 easily, but instead of doing that, he wanted to focus more on the wonder weapons. He wanted to focus more on conventional weapons because he did not believe that jet planes would be effective or efficient. He did not feel that, and that's where he messed up. If he would have mass-produced them early on, we would have lost. Britain would have fell in less than a month. We would have been completely wiped out, and the world today would literally be completely different. That's the first place he messed up. And the second place that he messed up was, yes, Russia. He should have waited, and instead of splitting his army to attack Stalingrad and then move the other portion of his army up north, he should have maintained cohesion and not let his emotions get clouded and take over his judgment. If he would have taken the oil fields of Russia, Russia would have capitulated in 3 months.
And don't forget, he also lost North Africa, which would have provided him the fuel that he needed to keep the Russian campaign going.
Exactly.
And he also pulled the plug on the German equivalent of the Manhattan Project.
Exactly. You see, he let his emotions and he let these things cloud his judgment. Now, if he was cold and logical like he was in the beginning, we'd always speak in German right now.
Well, he said that if he would have listened to his generals, he would have won the war. That's for sure.
Yeah. Like, the entire world would be speaking German if Stalin was born in Germany and Hitler was born in Russia.
Yep.
I think I'm going to have to get going here shortly, but on the moon program, I think there's a middle ground between Pinoid and Pops. So to what you had mentioned, Tom, from your experience in the steel mill, I saw a mini documentary on the F1 engines that were on the Atlas rockets that went to the moon, and we couldn't rebuild them today because all of the little notes, the ways that they pieced them together that weren't in the technical manuals, but they figured out through building them. All of those just kind of got lost. They never really cared to take care of them. So now for the Artemis missions, they're designing the F1Bs, which are supposed to have fewer parts. But it's exactly like what you said about the gentleman who was getting fired, and he just took all his notes with him that had all the technical details that made everything work. To Pops's point, that the technology is there. I agree, but a lot of where I see the gap is on one hand, the technology we had isn't going to work. We've lost some techniques, and the amount of effort required to invest in research development and the infrastructure to build these machines has to be there. And I guess we'll figure it out whether or not the Artemis missions work out. But I think you both have, good points on that, especially Tom. That deal with the steel mill is dead on. So I appreciate you all having me. Thank you. I'm gonna hop off. So have a good night.
Good night, man.
Later, Sasquatch. And kind of to your point, Tom, like that is by no means unique to that particular mill that he's talking about. Pretty much everything designed probably prior to the 1990s is not anywhere backwards compatible with our modern day computer software, which is a massive deal because, like, modern designs, you have it all typed up and written up and all that stuff, which makes it something you can actually, like, look at and understand without talking to the person who designed the document. Once you start getting into handwriting these things, like, I don't know if you've ever tried to replicate the recipes from, like, ancestors, grandparents, great-grandparents, this type of thing. If you didn't know them, it is very difficult to replicate those recipes because a lot of times they'll use common abbreviations. There'll be inside jokes in some cases. Like, just because it was recorded does not mean that it was recorded in a way that's useful. Like, there's a concept online called digital degradation, where you lose a lot of information because the people do not save a perfect copy. Think about, like, if you're trying to find an image. Most of the time, if you're trying to find an image from a certain era of the internet, what you're going to find is not the original image. You're going to find a resized, cropped screenshot of that image, which does make it lower quality. It blurs shit. It changes where pixels are. It makes the layers be compressed. It changes the information. This is just what has happened over the last however many years it's been since we went up into space.
I mean, it's not just that, but let's say, for example, I tell you I need 1,000 empiric tons of something. Okay, well, that's completely different from 1,000 metric tons. That's completely different from any other tonnage. That's, so basically it's because we don't have a universal, it's not written in a universal language. The measurements could be wrong, they could be off, or they could have been using a completely enclosed system. You don't know.
And then there's also the fact that a lot of times, like, when you're talking about manufacturing tools, stuff that, like, the tool to build the stuff, a lot of times that is much lower production, like much lower volumes than the actual thing that you're building, right? Because, like, for example, you need millions of cars, but how many of the machines do you need that hold the welding assembly together while it's getting tacked together, right? You don't need nearly as many of those. So that means that if there's some weird design quirk or there needs to be an adaptation, you'll see a lot more one-off tools in actual manufacturing. And a lot of times you won't have designs for that at all. You will, if you're lucky, have a working piece to try to replicate and nothing else. This is a common thing anytime you look into shops that are making anything. Back me up on this one, Peanut.
I mean, it's not just that, but the perfect example. Okay, perfect example. You know those clay pipes that were so popular that came out of Ireland and Scotland? The clay pipes that were extremely popular in the 1700s and 1800s that they just mass produced like crazy? Well, those same clay pipes, the molds cannot be reproduced because the molds were either all destroyed or lost. Now, there are a handful of them. Yes, they still have them. Yes. But at the same time, good luck getting your hands on one. It's like if I needed a part for a 1940s Ford. Okay, I can make my own, but there's no guarantee that it would work in the same efficiency. There's no guarantee that it would work in the same manner, and it might also destroy my engine.
So what are you showing me here? A cartoon, Tommy?
I'm gonna show these 3
This
images.
is a cartoon.
Right?
The planet ain't even moving. It's a cartoon.
Right. No, this is just an image. It's not a video. Right. This is just an image.
Okay.
I wanted to show you. There's satellite shit in front of the picture.
Yeah,
right.
It's a cartoon.
Here's another one.
I believe there's satellites, but they're not up where you think they are.
Right.
That's a satellite. How close does that look to the planet right now?
Here's another
Perspective is a thing, sir.
It could be a wide-angle camera. You could do a lot of different things with that.
And then here goes another one here. Right. Legit. And understand, looking at that.
Does that look real?
Yes, it looks real.
I can tell you, I watch movies. They make stuff look just as good as that.
Yeah, because the movies are really, really trying to make things look real. Look at this.
Well, how do you know that's not? How do you know that's real?
I mean, this here again.
That's real.
This is space debris.
But how do you know it's real?
This is shit that either rockets or satellites that got fucked up and aren't useful anymore, or just bullshit that fell apart, got hit by meteors, right? There's stuff like this all through space.
But how do you know that's real?
That's a picture.
How do you know? I could show you a CGI picture just as good as that. That actually don't even look real to me.
I'm saying,
I bet you we could put that on Photoshop and pick that.
You don't even look real.
You could sit here and show me a picture, but you can't prove it's real.
Right back at you. You cannot prove to me that you're real.
Yeah, you can't. I could be right now. I could be fake.
Right.
Why do you want to believe everything they tell you?
Why do you want to make us believe that you're a real person? I'm on to you, man. I'm on to you. You're
too smart for your own bridges. So, you got an answer.
Tell me why the argument you're making can't apply to you.
It doesn't matter. The problem is you just think
you
is real. You think they care about you.
No, I don't.
Insurance and come on now.
They do care about insurance because that's operating costs.
We can reverse engineer anything, but we can't build a rock. We actually go to the moon. We've passed the moon with our ships. We just don't land on it anymore.
No, we can build the technology. It's just the thing is, let me ask you this: would you rather drive in a safe vehicle, a vehicle that will get you from point A to point B without killing you, or would you rather me strap you to a rocket that could potentially liquefy your organs?
I think they can send them up there in a safe vehicle. That's the difference. You believe they can. I believe they can.
No, they can, but there's no real reason to go back to the moon. There's nothing there.
Always reasons to explore space if they exist.
But there's nothing on the moon. Nothing worth actually touching.
What do you mean nothing? How do we know there's no minerals up there?
Because we have moon rocks. We have them.
Wait. How do you get them back if there is minerals there?
Yeah,
I don't know. Why
like
do we
in
go
general.
why do we go to Mars then and waste all
Are
our
you
money
just you're
too?
just
I mean,
going? Are
let's
you
go
just
this
going to
route.
like throw this, like like take a shovel and just start throwing it towards Earth?
No,
Is that
but why would we go to Mars then? If why did we go to Mars?
Because
Because
Mars
we
is a much
wanted to,
larger planet.
and we wanted to see if there was life there. Like
Yeah.
we know there's no life on the moon. Like there's basically no atmosphere. There's not life we care about on the moon. We were putting a nail in the casket of there is or is not life we care about on Mars. Which, by the way, I haven't actually checked on the update on that one. Like, was there life on Mars that was
They
bacterial,
found
or was that?
microbes, and they found microbes, possible bacteria remains, but that's as far as I know.
You mean they told you they found microbes?
Yeah, well, like they thought they might have found something that looked like fossilized microbe remains, was
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
remembered.
No,
was.
they told you they thought they found something. That doesn't mean they really were there.
And my computer screen is telling me that you are telling a fucking microphone that you are questioning that they found microbes. Dude, like, yes,
No, I'm
we get it.
questioning
We get
even
it.
went there.
No, like, understand. Yes, we live in a society. Everything's gonna be a game of telephone. Like, you can't just keep playing that trick.
or is like just me can't hear him?
Question everything.
Get,
Believe nothing.
I mean, the issue
Yo,
there
look,
is if you
it
believe.
has been like 5 hours, so I think it's time to shut this bitch down.
I feel you, Tom.
This was productive. You know what I mean? Like 100%. We had a great stream. I want to thank everybody. You know what I'm saying? That Kamaru guy, my fucking Doku, Kraut, Sasquatch, DK Mal, Pops, everybody, thank you. Like, yo, I'm gonna go and, you know what I'm saying, try and get some pussy, because I'm not even trying. I'm gonna go get some pussy. Right. But like, in the meantime, all y'all, you know, saying y'all know the deal. Everybody check out my Twitch channel. I'm gonna try and go over there a little more. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, maybe like once a week, we'll do like a Twitch stream or something. That way we can, you know, how do I put this? Make some money on this channel.
Hey, it was great, Tom. I appreciate it. You know, we're on the show. We have believers and non-believers. I'm the non-believer. They're the believers. So I put my faith in the Almighty God. They put their faith in man. God bless. Pops out.
Later.
See you, Pops.
All right. I'm up out of here myself.
Hey, thanks for inviting me, Tom.
Yo, you know the deal, Krauts. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, man, listen, I told you I got a channel. I wanted to bring you out here so you could, you know what I mean, hang out and meet some people. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yo, I'm going to bring you around, you know what I mean? Because, like, you're a good dude. I invited Space Apache, too. You know what I mean? Like, tell him, you know what I mean? Like, when you see him tomorrow, you know what I mean? But, like, hey, he wasn't around. So, it's like, it is what it is. I'm out of here. Peace later, motherfucker.